Lance, you good?
Gonna be good to go ahead and catch up.
Want to start the recording or have you?
We need to start it.
Start.
No. Oh,
It said stopped.
yeah.
I think so. Okay. Probably to be sure.
I think
Good morning, San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, January 7th. It is 9:34 a.m. We are starting this meeting promptly on Tyrod time. This is a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Present in the room are all three commissioners, staff, members of the public who are interested in what we have to say, and we also have some folks online. We will begin with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Review of the agenda. Anybody with comments on the agenda?
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah, looks good to me.
I like it too. All right, then you know what I'm looking for.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. The agenda is approved. We will now move to item 5, public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken. Since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. Is there anybody in the room here for public comment? Doesn't look like it. Anybody online? Not seeing any hands. Being further down the line, no, okay. I am closing the public comment. It's not on the agenda and ready to turn our attention to consent agenda. Where I continue to see a number of people exercising the lead restriction reversion and other matters. Any comments or thoughts on the consent agenda?
Move to approve consent agenda.
I second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well, the consent agenda is approved. Moving on to the meat of the meeting, 7A, consideration of the reappointment of Jenny Russell as the San Miguel County Director to the Southwestern Water Conservation District. Jenny Russell in the house. Come on over.
Since I'm here, might as well be here.
Come over.
Yeah.
Mike, did you want to introduce this?
only just to say that Jenny has been serving in this volunteer role, representing San Miguel County and our interests as it relates to the district of which we are a member. And our residents pay a small portion of property tax for the membership of that conservation district. And Jenny has served as a past president or chair of the district. President. And I'm excited that she's willing to continue serving in this. However, we know that she also may have some life changes in the future. I know she and I spoke briefly about this, about this is typically, I believe, a 2-year appointment, 3-year appointment, sorry. And if I heard you correctly, you are willing to do this for 1 additional year.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thought at this point in time.
Yeah.
I do have somebody that I think could actually qualify and step up when I'm ready to step down. But I wanted to stay on for this year because our executive director is stepping down. And he has been absolutely critical in changing the district from, basically water buffaloes, where, myself and April Montgomery, my predecessor, most of the votes were 8-1, 8-1, 8-1. So it's been nice. We have a really good board right now. And most importantly, we have really good staff. but we're gonna lose Steve in the summer. And so tomorrow, actually, we are kicking off a meeting to start the process of trying to replace him, which is gonna be really hard, because he is so good. And knowledgeable and has been very involved in Colorado River matters. And as you guys probably all know, the Colorado River is crashing. It's not getting better. This winter is not going to help matters. We may actually see the Glen Canyon, Lake Powell go down to below power pool this coming year, or if not, it's going to be very soon. And that's gonna just ripple through everybody's economies as well as, and so, you know, we're looking at various options. We have to deal with the current administration. None of the states are getting along. And Arizona seems to be like playing their own game. We'll see. But it's hard when we can't reach any consensus on the new operating rules, the operating criteria, and, you know, they expire this year. And so it's, Steve has been involved to the extent that anybody besides the state actors can be involved. And they do consult us a lot, which is pretty new, and comes with Steve's high profile. Hopefully he's moved us enough in that direction that we're not a meaningless player. We're so small compared to like the River District. So it's going to be really important to see who we can, who we can get as our new, we actually now call him a general manager. So I wanted to be involved in that because it's so critical. And then I may step down depending on, you know, how that process looks like, either at the end of this year or possibly at the end of next year. I don't anticipate being there for the whole 3 years, and I wanted you guys to know that.
Well, thank you for being so transparent about that and also for just willing to serve through this transition. Thank you also for having in mind someone who might replace you. That was going to be a suggestion.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that and
Yep.
just keep working on that.
Yes.
Thank you also for your years of service and leadership.
Thank you.
We're lucky to have somebody with your qualifications and passion serving as our representative.
It's been fun.
Okay.
Recently more than
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Tips, right?
Yeah, it's actually incredible. I think, you know, partly the Colorado River situation has kind of made everybody understand that all water uses are important. And also that what wasn't at all apparent when I first got on the board in 2014 was that recreation and environmental uses had any importance at all to our board. And now they're right up there with all the other uses. And I think that's been a big transition, and I don't want to lose it. I don't think we will because of what's going on with the Colorado River. But I would hate to see that change.
Anything from the
Great.
other commissioners?
Well, I also just wanted to note that your seat on the Norwood Water Commission really, in my mind, plays into the importance of your role on the Southwest Water.
Yeah, it's been
Conservation
helpful.
District, and yeah, just having that savviness with grant funding and just having that big picture on this real inflection point we're at right now and
Yeah.
the needs for storage and what that might look like for the greater basin. So
Yeah, and we have had a discussion in the Norwood Water Commission about talking about the San Miguel project water rights that you guys hold and making sure that, you know, that we are doing due diligence before the due diligence period expires. And I believe that the Norwood Water Commission is going to want to meet with this board or with you
Mhm.
initially
Yeah, we're-
to discuss that at some point, and probably also Sheep Mountain Alliance.
Terrific.
That's all I have.
All right.
I move to reappoint Jenny Russell as the San Miguel County Director to the Southwestern Water Conservation District for as long as she was served.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. Thank
Great.
you, Jenny.
Yeah, thanks, you guys.
And thanks for the update too.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Come back anytime.
Okay, thank
And
you.
Jenny,
Oh,
yes,
I forgot about the new process.
Yeah.
Yes.
and Jenny, just as a side note, we have it agendized for January 21st.
Okay,
In my conversations with Finn,
Great.
for the Norwood Commission to come, Water Commission to come and speak to us about the loop line project.
oh, excellent.
Yeah,
And
fun.
you know, Finn's leaving.
Yes, Yeah. And Tony's gonna be there and.
Tony will be
yeah,
there.
And he said he was putting it out to all the members of the Water Commission to see who could come, but he said he and Tony would definitely be able to be there.
I can be there by Zoom, I believe.
That'd be great.
Yeah, on the 21st, probably, yeah.
It's a regular meeting.
Okay,
Great.
So,
So, would you like to come up here by a flag or something?
Sure. Recording for posterity.
Okay, and maybe someone would like to get a picture of this. Jenny's continued service. So this is the oath of office for the Southwestern Water Conservation District. Maybe you can repeat after me.
Okay, I need to do this? Sure,
Let's do it.
Raise your right hand.
I, Jenny Russell.
I, Jenny Russell,
Do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties of a director of the Southwestern Water Conservation District,
and will faithfully perform the duties of a director of the Southwestern Water Conservation District,
upon which I'm about to enter to the best of my ability.
upon which I am about to enter to the best of my ability.
That's
it.
it.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to sign
Sure.
this.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could just sign right here and then we'll finish the rest of it.
Yeah, we'll get that
We
submitted
need
to
it.
them.
Great, yeah, thank you.
And I'll CC you too. Thanks.
All right, terrific.
All right,
Thanks,
you guys.
Jenny. Have a good day.
you too.
Right. We will take care of this at lunch. Perfect. I almost said so help me God, but it wasn't on there, so we didn't say it. Alrighty, moving on to 7B, consideration of the 2026 grant awards as recommended by the San Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions Panel. And I'm wondering if we have anybody here from the panel.
Terry Brock should be on.
Terry Brock is online, great,
Yes, hi, I'm just online, but yes, I am here.
great, okay. Maura or Jared or Mike or anybody else, can you just kind of recap for all of us? What we are doing, how this whole system works and so forth?
I suppose I'll give a swing and then I'll ask for my colleagues to fill in here. The Behavioral Health Advisory Panel, or we lovingly call them the whatever acronym, BHAP.
BHS.
Yeah.
Oh, did we change it?
That's the new, I think that's the.
MHAP
Yeah.
changed to BHS.
Yeah.
Correct.
And
Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions Panel.
Correct.
So that board is effectively an advisory board for the resources that we have been granted through a vote in the 2018 election in November, and those funds are raised and dedicated in our county to providing behavioral health services throughout the county. So each year, the panel reviews grant applications, and after they review those grant applications, they effectively make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to sign contracts to award those monies in the new year. So that is the list of items that you see I through B IX on the agenda today. And each one of those has a corresponding agreement between the county and those grantees for those resources and for the purposes as designated in their applications. So.
I guess I'll just add on to that. Your role here is as it is with any other county office, department, other outside spending agencies of the county, where your role is you have the exclusive power and authority over the budget and appropriating funds, and you take the recommendations of in this case, the behavioral health solutions panel, and you consider those recommendations, but the budgetary authority is ultimately yours, and that's the resolution that the board passed to put forward the ballot measure to create this fund, and the panel is consistent with that and lays out that authority and budget making process as well in terms of the consideration of the recommendations. So that's really what you're doing here.
So it is our responsibility to actually, and authority to make these decisions but based on the record. We can choose to. I guess.
Here to the
Consider
recommendations.
recommendations by the panel, which is appointed for that purpose.
Yes.
Okay, and that's per Colorado statute, you said.
Yep, I can give you the site if you want it, but
Okay. Okay.
3011-107.
Okay, all right, thank you for clarifying that. I wasn't sure if this was just a, something we had to automatically accept or if there was opportunity for consideration. I don't have any particular comments about these grants, but I think it's important to clarify our role. Did you have any questions about that, the other commissioners?
No more questions, but I think I'll just state for the public that this is not the first time these grants have come in front of the board, and we've talked about these grant applications at length. And are quite familiar with what we're looking at here as far as the applications and what were recommended to be awarded by the panel.
Carrie, did you want to make any comments? And maybe you might introduce yourself and explain your role. And you're welcome to turn on your video if you like.
Sure. Hi, I'm Carrie. I'm the administrator for the panel. So I put together all these contracts and all their meeting minutes and all the administrative stuff that they need to do. And I don't have anything to add in particular about these. I'm just here in the case that you have any questions or comments you'd like to share, and I can take those back to the panel.
Okay, terrific. Thank you for being here. Lance, did you have any thoughts or comments?
No comments, merely a motion when we're ready.
Okay, Howard and I spoke about this. Do you think we need individual motions for each of these?
If you're okay with how they're stated, you can do the whole thing up.
Okay,
That's why I put it up all
All
under the
under
same item.
okay,
But
great.
we can separate it if there's a need to.
Okay, I think it would just be worthwhile. We do have enough time to kind of review what they are so that if the public is listening, they can see that, and I'll just do that quickly. The first grant is for $3,375 for survivors of outdoor accidents and recovery. The second grant is in the amount of $186,934 to the Norwood Public School System for behavioral health services. $91,973 to Tri-County Health Network for various behavioral health services. $19,348 to the San Miguel Resource Center. All of these are also for behavioral health services. $8,050 to Hunter Emmons. Oh, now I've forgotten what that one was for.
That's for Gather and Grieve.
Gather and Grieve. Thank you very much. $151,765 to the Uncompahgre Medical Center to support their behavioral health services. $128,093 to the Tarrant School District for their behavioral health services. I know that's a school counselor and a mental health provider there. $5,000 to one-to-one mentoring. Certainly a big contributor to mental health wellness in our community. And $30,000 to the Tarrant Medical Center for their behavioral health services. And yeah, I would, while we're speaking to this, I'd just like to thank the public or the voters for lifting that 5.25% cap on this fund, as well as the childcare fund, allowing additional allocations in 2026 that had previously been anticipated. So, all right, I think if there are no further comments, I'm ready for a motion.
Move to approve the 2026 grant awards as recommended by the San Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions Panel. And that includes all of item 7B.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries. Carrie, thank you for your work. And please extend our gratitude also to the panel for their thoughtful consideration of these grants. They, we really appreciate their volunteerism and their service to San Miguel County.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And then Carrie will be on for the next one for appointment.
Yes, okay, Carrie's staying on, and I'm just wondering if Todd is present. I don't see him. Item 7C is another item related to the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel, which is consideration of the appointment of Todd Bissell as the representative for the Norwood School District. You all may know that Jenny Thomas has resigned her position there. She had previously served in that seat, and so now the board is recommending that we appoint Todd Bissell to fill that spot. Carrie, anything to add there?
The only thing I'd add is that this is just a little bit of a different process than the last person that was appointed to the panel. That was for a public seat. So we received applications from the public, and we did add those 2 new members over the summer that applied. The way the panel works is that Norwood Schools just appoints someone or recommends someone to be appointed, and you all approve it, but we didn't receive applications from the public for this seat.
That makes sense. All righty, thank you. Questions?
I was just gonna say, Galena, I've been hogging all the motions. Do you?
Yeah, I'll take this one. I move to approve the appointment of Todd Bissell to the Solutions Panel representing the Norwood School District.
A second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. Thanks again, Carrie, and thank you to Todd for taking on yet another piece of work for the district and the county. Moving on now to item 7D. We have a number of items here regarding the Telluride Regional Airport Authority. The first one is consideration of the chair's signature on the Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2026-02, accepting the triennial review of special use permit for mining and mineral processing for the Telluride Regional Airport Authority for Lot 6, Redtail Estates. And I see we have Kay as the person potentially presenting this, but I don't see her present.
I just texted her to.
Oh, we might be
We're running a
early.
little ahead of
We're
schedule,
running
so.
way ahead of schedule.
Mhm.
Why don't we pause then? Because I think this is, we need Kay here to take us through this, remind us of what we're up to. And,
Jump to E and F if you would like.
sure, that's a great idea. Okay, we will jump to 7E. Consideration of the chair's signature on Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2026-03, affirming the planning director's written interpretation of the land use code dated October 24th, 2025 regarding violations at the Telluride Regional Airport. And this is something, but I'll let you go, Mara, sorry. Yeah.
So yeah, you'll probably remember our conversation of this appeal at the December 17th meeting, and this was the one regarding the interpretation of violations or alleged violations at the airport. And the appeal itself didn't really challenge the interpretation. There was just a dispute about a factual statement regarding Lot R, and the board decided to affirm the planning director's interpretation, but to direct that the interpretation be amended to strike those 2 sentences regarding Lot R. So the resolution spells that out, and then there is an amended version of the interpretation attached to the resolution that shows the strikeout of those 2 sentences, and that will be recorded and cross-referenced to the prior recorded interpretation so that that is corrected on the record, so to speak.
Perfect. That's clear to me and tracks with what I recall of our discussion. And I can nod from the other commissioners. I think we are then ready for a motion.
I move to approve the chair's signature on Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2026-03, affirming the planning director's written interpretation of the land use code dated October 24th, 2025 regarding violations at the Telluride Regional Airport.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. Kay and John, thanks for coming down. Let's just finish up this last, or this other quick, easy one, and then we'll go to your, item D. Item, 7F is consideration of the chair's signature on the Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2026-04, amending the planning director's written interpretation of the land use code dated October 24th, 2025, regarding review process for uses and activities at the Telluride Regional Airport. Back to Maura.
All right, so this also was discussed at the December 17th meeting. This particular appeal we had a much lengthier discussion on this topic, which was what is the appropriate review process for different categories or types of activities and uses that may occur at the airport or on the airport property. And where the board ultimately landed was that the planning director's interpretation was largely accurate, but wanted some additional clarity to those findings. So at that December 17th meeting, I had presented alternative findings for the board, which you adopted through the motion. So this resolution includes those specific findings that I've put up at the December 17th meeting. I did not, so the written interpretation, the original one, is also attached to this resolution. I opted not, Kay and I decided to not alter that original interpretation because those findings include some additional context that the amended findings didn't fully incorporate. And I thought it was important to maintain that. So there is a statement in the resolution that to the extent the original interpretation is inconsistent with those amended findings, that the amended findings control. But there were some specific citations to the land use code and additional context that I thought was important to maintain in that original interpretation. So I didn't want to completely wipe out Kay's original findings.
Okay, and then just in terms of future boards and staff tracking this, the resolution will always be attached to the file, the recording of Kay's interpretation
Yeah, so when it's recorded, it'll be,
together.
they'll have that cross referencing and it's recorded with the property. So if someone's searching, all of these should come up in sequence.
Questions from the other commissioners?
No, I was wondering why you incorporated this one that way, and thanks for the explanation. That does make sense. And yeah, I think that the amended findings are quite clear and reflect what I think we were trying to relay at that December 17th meeting quite clearly.
Promotion.
I will provide, I move to approve the chair's signature on the Board of Commissioners resolution number 2026-04. Amending the planning director's written interpretation of the land use code dated October 24th regarding the review process for uses and activities at the Telluride Regional Airport.
I second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
I
As well. Moving back now to item 7D, for which we required the presence of Kate Simonson and John Hubner. This again is consideration of the chair's signature on the Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2026-02, accepting the triannual review of special use permit for mining and mineral processing for Telluride Regional Airport Authority for Lot 6, Redtail Estates, as approved by Resolution 2011-4. Okay, good morning.
Yeah, so, as you will recall, and as noted in the resolution, we had a meeting with the board wherein we referred the triennial review to the BOCC. It does not have to be that way, but because of all the public interest, we felt that we needed to provide a forum. And out of that, you all asked that instead of a triennial review, it be an annual review. You also asked for or that the applicant be reminded to conduct the annual inspection with the neighbors, and then there's also an allowance that regarding, reminding them to remember to secure the chain on the service road. And they can install traffic devices, control devices, other than that without amendment of the SUP. And then finally, just reminding them to consistently follow and comply with the terms and conditions of the SUP. So we've memorialized that in this resolution so that, again, updating the record and documenting that we will have the annual review. We won't necessarily refer it to you guys every single time. But we will conduct the review annually instead of triennially. And then if we see an issue, we will refer it to the board. But if they're in compliance, we won't.
We actually requested that you do refer it to the board, and this says here with a report to the Board of County Commissioners upon completion of the
Yeah,
inspection.
okay, yes,
So
correct.
that will happen, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
that will. Sorry.
great. Appreciate that. And I think that's important just so that it's a matter of public record, what the inspection and the so forth found. Given that there have been issues with compliance. The one question I had in here was in kind of walking through what happened this year. We did not mention that there was an inspection took place by the planning staff. And I feel like maybe that we talk about how the airport manager provided a report, but do you think it's also perhaps we should include a note that we did conduct that staff visit?
So under between the second and third whereas, or wait, no, I'd make it after the third, between the third and fourth whereas. We can add that inspection was conducted on, and we'll add the date.
That would be great. It's October or something like that. Lena?
Yeah, I'm just wondering with all of our discussion about the inadequacy of the tunnel road. If it makes sense to state that here or where that is kind of recorded for the public to reflect on that.
Okay, so this was not an amendment to the SUP. That would have been a different process. And would have gone to the Planning Commission for review, public notice and all of that. I have talked with Kenny Mainpaw about that, and they may submit an application in the future to amend the SUP, but they're just not ready to do that now.
And that is anticipated to include, I think, a comment or a note about when the tunnel road will be improved.
Great, I just wanted to kind
Yeah.
of unearth that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We do have the chair of the airport board here, Denise Scanlon. I'm asking staff, would it be appropriate if Denise would like to comment to have her speak, or is this just a administrative matter? Did you have anything you wanted to say, Denise? You're just keeping an eye on us.
No, I do.
Yeah, come on up here, the microphone then, yeah, since no one's protesting. And you made the effort to be here, thank you.
You're welcome. So I'm new to a lot of this, so I'm trying to learn the processes, and in that, we're trying to address the tunnel road and address, public interest. And so we're working with our council and you guys to memorialize clarity is kind of how and I don't know how that process is working. So we've been working with the public, which are the neighbors, with their concerns and trying to address those and make sure, I think we all understand that there were some things in the SUP that could use more clarification, right? So we are now discussing under the land use code how to, sorry, I'm trying to make sure I express myself properly, how to memorialize the clarifications that we're looking towards, the neighbors are and that we are, because we agree that there's some things that like the tunnel road. So I'm working with I'm trying to figure out how, the process of that, what we need to do. Is that under land use code 5-1005? Can we um, is that a format for memorializing and clarifying the SUP for the items that the public are interested in clarifying? So yes, we are moving forward on that. It is a little bit of a process because I have to work with our council and our council has to understand your processes and how we do that. And we also the neighbors are working with us for that language. So we want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And so I'm looking for clarity from you guys on how to go about that.
Go about that.
Yeah.
And if you've been working with staff, we don't have to do that in this meeting, you can.
I've had some conversations, so I don't know, like, is that me having a conversation with Kay or Maura or? I'm not sure about that, so that's kind of where I'm at. So just in educating educating me, I'm not really sure about that process.
Yeah, keep communicating with the planning department. We'll bring more in as needed. So, John's been our point person on this.
Okay.
And then we'll, whatever, you guys decide that you might want to do. We can look at where that falls into the land use code. And if it rises to a PUD, I've had too many PUDs lately. An SUP amendment.
Right. Because in our basic interpretation and looking at land use code, et cetera, these seem to be minor clarity items and not amendments, but however that process needs to happen, obviously we want that to happen. So John, I will be in touch with you now that I know where I need to move forward with that. So I just want to let everybody know we are, we heard the public comment, we heard your comments, we want to, make sure that everybody's on the same page, and that's the process we're working towards. Okay.
Terrific.
Great.
Okay.
And moving this to an annual review will certainly, allow the county to make sure that this compliance is happening yearly and that nothing slips through the cracks.
Absolutely, and I think the inspection that we did with the county in October was fabulous, everybody really had a good picture of what's happening and, excuse me. And saw progress with the remediation, et cetera, so it was a very positive thing, so we're very happy to have the annual inspections.
All right, John, you or anything to add? If you you need the microphone a little closer.
We've already put the inspection on our internal calendar, so we will be doing that this coming October again, and we will incorporate the neighbors, the meadows at Deep Creek Mesa and also the Golden Ledges meadows neighbors, and looking forward to that. And I think we have it in hand to make that we would have done that this year except for upon advice of council, but we will include everyone this upcoming year.
And it looks like Aldosoro Ranch is also called out as a neighbor to be notified
Okay.
in the resolution.
They typically had not been included, but we will certainly contact Shelley then and include them.
For this, we did notify them, but per the SUP resolution, they're not specified
I see.
as a participating
In the
HOA.
previous, okay, in the
Yeah.
SUP, okay. Yeah, I think it would be a courteous since they have expressed interest in this situation as well. Selena?
Yeah, I have a question on the sample motion and the title of the resolution. The language says the resolution 2026-02 accepting the triennial review, and should that be amended to say annual review?
Right now, we're on triennial reviews. Going forward, if we need to have resolutions, it'll say annual
I
review.
see. Okay, thanks for that.
Lance, anything?
All clear.
Okay, great. Well, thank you to staff for pulling this all together and also to Denise and Kenny and everybody up there for being so willing to talk this through with both the county and the neighbors. I think once we get through this period, everything will settle down and we'll all be in a lot better place going forward.
Yes, thank you
Yeah.
for the partnership on all of it.
Of course.
Well, I move to approve the chair's signature on the Board of County Commissioner Resolution 26-02, accepting the triennial review of the special use permit for mining and mineral processing for the Telluride Regional Airport Authority for Lot 6, Red Tail Estates, as approved by Resolution 2011-4.
I second that.
Okay, yes.
And did you want to add in a condition that we add a whereas, describing the, October inspection?
Yes, I accept that friendly amendment.
So do I.
Thank you for that reminder, Kay. How do we vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Resolution 2026-02 passes unanimously. All right, so onward then with whatever the next step is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are well ahead of schedule. We are at item 8 now, which is a conversation with Rach Franklin, our public health director. Does staff, can we keep going or should we? I think we should, since Grace is here.
Do you want to take a break?
I don't think we need a break. I was just wondering if we should wait till 10:40, but I don't anticipate members of the public necessarily attending this, so. Okay.
They're not all clamoring to join.
So. I did have one member of the public who maybe wanted to speak to item 8B. Let me just text that, sorry, while you,
Oh, yeah. I have handouts. There's 4, so admin gets 1. Thanks. And this is all the paperwork is stuff we've gone over, submitted to Carmen or on our website. If I need to submit all of them, I'll follow up. Yeah, sorry about that.
I'm with you. You can go ahead, Grace. Thank you.
Okay. The first half will be nice and it'll be a full conversation in and of itself. So before we get to the second part.
Okay.
Cool. So the first bit that I have is public health updates. So I am lumping this into 3 different categories of looking back to 2025, looking towards 2026, and then what's going on nationally and locally with current news and public health events. So for 2025 and looking back, reflecting on the Board of County Commissioners' mission to ensure residents are healthy, flourishing, and communities are safe and vibrant, I would have to say, I feel like public health has done an excellent job meeting that goal. We've really embraced that mission and approach for our work in 2025, not only in public health in general, but really focusing on the environmental health side, clinical and community outreach. So I really am proud of our team. They've stayed steady and steadfast throughout all the different uncertainties and changes. And I've heard a lot from the community that they trust us. And I know that's a hard thing in government, especially when things change overall. So I included in really tiny writing, I realized when I printed, I was like, that's not great, but just our numbers. And you can see over time, various programs have different data sets, but most of the programs have adequate data from 2023 onward. But looking at a few things, I wanted to highlight 4 different groups. The first one is vaccines. That's probably our cornerstone for our clinical work. And vaccines really do have that high level protection to our community for preventative work. To call out a few things is our routine and travel vaccines. So that's childhood immunizations as well as travel vax like yellow fever or polio. That's increased substantially. You could see this year, 2025, we administered 283 routine and travel vaccines. In 2022, we administered 45. So every single year it has increased with acknowledgement of the services we provide and people referring us for VFC and 317 for uninsured folks. So I'm really proud of that one. The other thing to note is our flu vaccines, and I'll talk about this a little bit more on current topics, but we have had an increase of flu vaccines compared to last year and a slight decrease in COVID vaccines from the previous year, but we typically like to look at the county as a whole and who's getting vaccines from different medical centers before we can claim victory, right? On usually it just fluctuates who goes where, and stays pretty steady.
And do we have that data, Grace?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be collecting it end of January, just because we've been seeing an increase of flu and COVID vaccine requests this month. And so we're going to hold off on pulling all that data from our partners. Yeah. Other things I want to call out is our sexual health services. As you all know, we have gone back and forth in different types of services for sexual health and reproductive health. Where we've really landed, and I think is the appropriate place for public health, has been providing free STI testing for our community. That really helps approach the preventative side, especially for our seasonal workers or uninsured individuals, and then continuing to offer contraceptive care through the BC4U program for adolescents. So you can see our overall visits for BC4U, which is the 24 and younger full suite of reproductive health care, was pretty low this year, 3 in-person visits, but there's telehealth options as well. And that's maintained around 6 in the past year. So from 10 to 6, nothing too crazy there. And I think some of the BC4U visits in that 2023 year, where it was 24 people, really shifted to the STI testing that we're now offering in-house. So I think that's the reflection there rather than contraceptive care.
Is that what Big's box is? Is that the STI?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's chlamydia, gonorrhea, and then point of care, HIV and syphilis testing. So a 20-minute test. And then EC admin is emergency contraceptives, just for reference of all of our acronyms. There's a lot more to look at. The other item that I wanted to call out was under environmental health, and that's our radon monitors. So our test kits to test homes for radon, really thinking of the mission, right, of communities being safe and vibrant. If your home's not healthy, you can't be your healthiest either. So overall, every single year, we've had greater and greater use of our free radon test kits. We administered 52 kits in 2025, and out of those, 16 had above the recommended level of radon. So mitigation was recommended for those homes. We don't provide mitigation, but there are state loans for folks that are low income. So definitely seeing that we have had a substantial amount of people who've been testing with actionable levels. And then the last piece I wanted to call out is just our events. A few items that I really wanted to highlight was basic food safety training. Our new environmental health specialist, Surya, he came in, he had quite a bit more re-inspections for restaurants than the state average, which makes sense when there hasn't been support for about 8 months, and then just turnover with staffing and restaurant changes as a whole. And he noticed that there was a general trend of the same issues coming up. And so he hosted a basic food safety training right before early December. He had the state health department come out and help, but he put together all the materials and all that kind of stuff. And we had over 34 participants, or over 30 participants join. And I think that speaks words to the need in the community, the recognition of this support, and the desire to continue that education for staff. So that was really exciting. And I know he's planning to continue to move forward into the next year with more trainings as well as certifications for staff in the restaurant industry. We did our back to school fair, always a success. And then our spring cleanup, we've talked about this before with the commissioners. I don't want to belabor it, but it was a big success being in both Telluride and Norwood. And then we have always done tabling at the farmers market in Telluride. And this year we've done both Telluride and Norwood and had really great response there. So I'm super proud of that. So that's my reflection. You can definitely look through this more. I'm happy to talk through the details. But really heading into 2026, I looked at our team's goals from our performance reviews, as well as my goals. And some of the key highlights that I wanted to call out from staff is that one of the goals is to improve vaccination rates and follow-up, particularly HPV, which is usually has a low uptake as a whole, as well as shingles. increasing our outreach on STI testing and sexual health. And then from the environmental side, catching up on the retail food inspections because there's still quite a gap there. And then further those education opportunities. And then my big goal is really how do we maintain stability and resources as things continue to change at the federal level and locally. And so that's where I'm seeing us moving for this year. Any other questions about the reflection, the plans forward? I see
That was
Lance thinking.
Thorough and just, I really appreciate seeing all these numbers.
Yeah, yeah.
I
It's a
know you all
lot.
are busy, but just, yeah, seeing this encapsulation of everything that's been done this year is impressive.
I know. It really is when people say, what is public health? Sometimes we get lost in it's everything, right? And that doesn't really help people understand it. But seeing the depth of all the various portions of it, I think really helps bring it to life.
Yeah, and the scope of the community outreach is
Oh my
quite
gosh.
broad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think a highlight there that I didn't mention either, but our community outreach specialist, Andres, he really stepped up this year in a lot of different ways with outreach and through different work groups and other partnerships, but really, really impressive work as a whole.
Yeah, there's a big chunk of stuff here happening through that office.
Yes, which, yeah. So, yeah. Well, what else is going on in public health? There's some good, there's some bad, a little bit of everything. I think high level on respiratory illnesses, influenza-like illnesses, so sore throats, cough, fever. Those are high nationwide, locally, statewide, and are continuing to grow. We don't think we're at the peak yet as a whole, but time will tell what that looks like. Flu in particular, Colorado was one of the first states to have really high flu rates as a whole, both cases and hospitalizations. Locally, we have had a couple of hospitalizations for folks with the flu that were unvaccinated and elderly. So it makes sense overall, but still really challenging, right? When you think about the impact and transfers and everything to higher level care. Two reasons for these really high flu rates this year. The first one is there was a mutation in the flu that happened this summer. That's normal for the flu to mutate, but this one was a pretty substantial change as a whole. And it's not, the flu vaccine is not as effective to prevent infection this year. It's about a 38% success rate. So not great, but also
How's the effect though to decreasing the duration or severity?
yeah, so that's really, severity is the benefit of a flu vaccine right now. It still really does help with folks not having as intense or as long illnesses.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the other big one for increased flu rates as a nation too, nationally, vaccination rates as a whole have decreased. For flu, COVID, and a bunch of other stuff. Locally, as you saw with the data, we've been having a higher demand for flu vaccines, but when talking to our medical community, we do a every other month call and check in on various things. We met yesterday, and there was really this sentiment that there's this like a lack of urgency in receiving the flu shot this year. And it might be an accumulation of all these different competing dialogues that we're hearing at that national level. But folks as a whole have delayed receiving their vaccines for flu and COVID. And because of that, we're starting to get a lot more outreach right now that flu rates are high, to receive the vaccine. So one example is typically for high dose vaccines, people 65 and older, they receive a little bit extra to last longer. We are usually done with that the first week of December. Everybody who's wanted one gets it. And we have people scheduled through the rest of this month receiving both regular and high dose vaccines for the flu. So very interesting as a whole, but we'll see.
I'd be curious when the dust settles, how the county looks overall, if you're able to share those numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. I can share that at the next. Yeah,
Good conversation.
definitely. Yeah. And I think as a whole, our county still has higher vaccination rates for most things than our state and nation. But yeah, we'll see once we taper off on our own vaccines and check with the county as a whole.
Chris, how are vaccine supplies?
Supplies are great. Yeah, easy. That one's a big win, especially given the start of the COVID vaccines was really tricky. COVID, those transmission rates have remained low, both locally and nationally. It's definitely present, it's around, but we typically, or not typically, throughout the entirety of COVID, the peak of COVID infections have occurred the first week of January, and we are not close to that right now. It's very much low to moderate across the nation. So interesting. Don't know what that means exactly, but yeah.
Fewer mutations, maybe?
Yeah, and we had a late summer wave, so which tapered off in September, so people might still have immunity there. We'll
Are we
see.
still doing the wastewater testing?
Hmm.
All right, so that's a good
Yeah.
way to track local virus.
Yeah,
load.
definitely.
And
Yep.
it's pretty low.
It is. Yeah, the last data point that was published was on the 30th of December. So still a little, it's usually 2 weeks behind on data, and it was low. Mm. And then the other illnesses just of note, RSV and norovirus. Both, so norovirus is vomiting, diarrhea, right? You don't wash your hands properly. That's a big one that we see spread in the winter. RSV is respiratory illness that affects a lot of times infants and then older adults. Those have been increasing, but overall, a pretty mild start to the year, which is really nice, especially seeing the higher flu rates. And then the last one, measles. We've had some positive measles cases in the Montezuma County area, and there is a current outbreak in the Four Corners area, mostly in Utah and Arizona, but significant. The state health department has not seen any new cases from the Montezuma case or across the state for the last like 2.5 weeks. So encouraging. Typically, they don't call it in the clear until 4 weeks after whichever identified measles case, because that's usually about the time that it takes for somebody to display symptoms. But I think this is something that we'll be aware of and working on over the next year or so. I don't think it's going away anytime soon, measles. So we definitely encourage folks to get their vaccine if they haven't already.
Yeah, the cases that we've seen in the Four Corners in Montezuma County, do we know if those are people who were vaccinated or not?
There were 2 children that were unvaccinated. And then one was traveling unknown where they received it. The other one was part of the household. So a contained exposure, which is really encouraging. Yeah. Okay. Any questions about respiratory illnesses that haven't? Okay. The only other, I've got a lot going on. The only other update, this also has to do with vaccines. On Monday, the Federal Health and Human Services changed the CDC immunization schedule. It was very much outside of typical due process. There's usually public commentary and independent review committee that makes these suggestions. So it'll be interesting to see over the next month or so if there's any impact to the process for this decision making. But for us in Colorado, we have been set up in a really nice way. Last legislative session, the state passed a bill that allowed for the state of Colorado to administer and cover immunizations based on the Board of Health being able to consider other vaccine recommendations from leading medical organizations. So the day after the changes at the federal level, CDPHE, the state health department, issued a press release and have since issued a health alert for all providers, saying that we are continuing to follow the 2025 American Association of Pediatrics schedule, which is the same routine schedule that we've received as a whole. Insurance that is insured through Colorado will be covered by that. That excludes anybody that's a federal employee or some military, depending on their type of insurance. But aside from that, the rest of Coloradans will be able to continue and receive vaccines based off that regular schedule. that helps us in our little island, right? But nationally, I think that this will have some impacts on understanding of vaccines, confusion, shared decision making, and it's going to have some implications, but time will tell what that looks like.
And I heard a news story about this, Grace. Was it only a change in childhood vaccinations, or were there other changes in the schedule as well?
Just childhood vaccinations. The only other changes that occurred this year that is impacting adults was the flu and COVID vaccine recommendations shifted to shared decision making with providers instead of recommended.
Which is what happened with children's.
Correct. Yeah.
Vaccines
Yeah.
as well, right? Which
Yeah.
means that you have to have a conversation and an appointment with your doctor.
Yep. So a lot of times, people could go to pharmacies and receive regular vaccines, whether it's flu, COVID, or routine childhood immunizations. And now they have to have a provider visit for those that are covered under Colorado. Yeah. Yeah. So interesting times. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it for my public health updates as a whole, unless anyone has other burning questions or curiosities.
Commissioners, you good? Yeah.
Okay. So the next one is my big ask at a weird time. And it has a nice little acronym. I shared with you all two different things. The first document is front and back page, the executive summary of the gaps analysis for behavioral health work in San Miguel County. This was provided by the Stedman Group in September as part of their deliverables. So as some background on this request, in 2025, we conducted the behavioral health gaps analysis and strategic plan at the direction of the Board of County Commissioners, and identified some gaps. I'm calling out just a few of these on the gaps that were highlighted in the first page. For me and this position, really the identified gaps were provider capacity and then core services, things like crisis response, substance use disorder treatment, and peer recovery services, as well as navigation support needs. I also wanted to call out two key recommendations that's on the back page of the handout. And that is to strategize beyond the mill levy. So we have the behavioral health mill levy that the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel manages. And really, how can we continue to leverage regional partnerships, new funding sources, and recognizing that demand continues to increase for behavioral health sources. Financial sustainability really depends on us collaborating better as organizations across the county, partnerships, and being more strategic with our approaches. And then the second one was to establish a regional behavioral health coordination framework. And really, it's the same concept, but more in the collaboration versus financial. How can we really work regionally, locally, to share infrastructure, really strengthen our delivery services, and increase access as a whole? So, and then the other background piece too I'm thinking of is when the Stedman Group presented to you all in September, really there was that elephant in the room of how are we going to make this happen, right? Who's going to lead the STED, really hold people accountable and do those data metric pieces. So really to successfully implement the strategic plan, it was recommended that we have an entity manage the plan, support partner efforts, et cetera. The last strategic plan, Tri-County Health Network, did that work. They had an admin person that supported the strategic plan. Since the September presentation, I worked with Mike, Commissioner Brown, and the Stedman Group to really figure out what's a viable path forward, how would they recommend a structure, what does that look like? We spoke to several different organizations, the Behavioral Health Collaborative, to see who would manage the work, and nobody's interested, not because they don't value the work, but more from a staffing capacity standpoint. I think everyone's just really maxed, and it's a daunting task for a lot of folks, which is totally understandable. And so for me, when I was doing the 2026 budgeting, this was not on the horizon for public health at all. We had conversations through December with different groups, and really by the early December, it was clear that the support from our collaborative and partner organizations was that the county really does have a different level of authority, a different level of reach than most of the other organizations, and that it might be well suited under public health because of the work that's been done over the last year as a whole, and public health improvement goal to help do better with public health or behavioral health as a whole too. So based on those, that's where this position, which is the last little document that I've included, and then you all received ahead of time. I spoke with Christina at HR, Mike, Jared, and Commissioner Brown, just trying to figure out, what's a reasonable scope? What makes sense? And this position is what we drafted and came up with as a suggestion. I would anticipate this is going to be an ongoing position for several years to really build and measure the work being done. Because of the timeline being December was when we were really like, I guess this is the next path forward or consideration. We don't have any funding for this position. There's no grants or anything that we've currently received. There are a few different options that we can consider if this is approved and work towards, but I just want to be transparent that right now there's nothing. And I also would say I would anticipate, based off of the last few hires we've had, it'll probably take a few months to actually hire someone. So it wouldn't be for the whole 2026 year. And this position would help support with grants to support their position. So capacity wise, I think overall there's motivation and momentum as a community to make this work move forward. But really the need is for somebody to help streamline the process and have that brain power support in convening. And I'm more than happy in the public health realm to help spearhead this with additional help. So I'll pause there. I'm happy to answer questions or have a further discussion.
I'll just weigh in on this because, as you know, I've been quite involved in the strategic plan, as well as Grace mentioned in this particular proposal. This is an expansion of the official kind of duties, if you will, or this would be an expansion of the public health department. But just a reminder to all of us that health is not just physical health, which a lot of the work that we've been reviewing, that Grace reviewed earlier, in fact, all of it really is related to physical health, but also mental health and behavioral health. And a reminder that behavioral health is kind of that umbrella term that captures mental health as well as substance misuse because they're so closely correlated. Last year, for the commissioners, one of our very top 3 goals was to increase access to behavioral health. And for that reason, we funded the behavioral health strategic plan. It is still part of our mission, although kind of more buried under, not buried, but included in the community well-being focus area. I just, based on my time in the public health department, my time in the community, my own family's experience, can tell you that we are not living up to our responsibilities as a county yet, in terms of providing access to behavioral health services. And I think that this kind of position would really provide kind of the linchpin, if that's the right word, within the county to make sure that we are doing the best possible job of coordinating the existing services and directing people to the right place, as well as filling in the gaps that have been identified by the Steadman Group. I think this quote on the first page, and I haven't looked at this for quite a while, talks about how a family experienced a mental health crisis in their household, and the parent just doesn't know where to go. And that to me is the biggest gap that we have here. If you break your arm, you get the flu, we all know we go to the Tower Medical Center, Medical Center, Mason Clinic. But if your child is experiencing self-harm, where do you go? And I think that we really do need to fulfill this objective of some kind of a hub. And I think we need somebody at the county to lead that effort as well as all the other pieces that we talked about. So I'm in very strong support of this position, as you probably imagine. Mike and I talked about the funding issue, you know, this is coming in late and Grace as well, as a late ask, we just. Based on, you know, when the strategic plan was completed and all the conversations we needed to have with the community, we just couldn't get it into the proposed 2026 budget. We have, Grace, can I speak to the fact that you think you might have a little wiggle room in your current budget, or do you need to keep that in reserve?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to talk on that. So we had the part-time admin coordinator role approved by the board for last fiscal year. And that person left and we've decided not to refill it, but I've been sitting in a maybe we might need it, maybe we won't standpoint. And Josie, our program coordinator, is really excelled at taking on the extra tasks. And so at this point, I don't see us needing that position to be refilled for 2026. And I think there was like $20,000 budgeted for that. So not substantial when looking at this ask, but still a chip in the work as a whole. Or the need.
And then do you have, I mean, I know this is
Yeah.
not clear at this moment, but as far as future funding, potential grant funding that might be able to contribute towards this position, do you have any kind of like ideas or concepts of chasing after that kind of grant funding support this?
Yeah, I have a few. I think the thing that makes me wary of saying I've got this idea and we're gonna get it is that funding as a whole has gotten tighter and it's become more competitive across the board. West Central Public Health Partnership, our public health consortium, is applying for a COAC grant. So that's the opioid abatement funding sources for navigation work. I initially requested funding for this position and they said it's a little too far off, but they would ask for funding for Andre's position. So not necessarily actually getting money for this role, but would offset some of the public health budget if we receive that. And then there is a SAMHSA, I don't know what the acronym's for, but it's the Federal Substance Abuse something. It's behavioral health at the federal level. There is some funding that's going to open up in February that is specific for this kind of work, really strategic planning and improvement for behavioral health. That seems like a stretch too. But given our regional work, given our extensive preparation as a county, I feel like we would be competitive, especially being a rural community. So I feel like that could be a really viable path. And then, of course, considering applying for the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel funding for part of it as well.
Yeah, and that is something that we can do this year, like immediately, if we all approve this position. I forgot to check the numbers today, but as you may recall, well, no, this wouldn't be a presentation to you. John Pandolfo and some of his other board members presented their financials to the community intervention program work group because we had suggested that perhaps they might be able to help fund that. And they do have money set aside for mid-year grant requests. I wanna say it's like 165,000, but that could be off. I can come back with that number. But just yesterday, Mike and I discussed perhaps, and Grace, we need to bring you in on this, applying for maybe, you know, well, we anticipate that this position could cost with benefits and so forth about 105,000 a year. So if you look at the job description, the grade 105, the hiring range is 73 to 88. So if you just take the midpoint there, it's about 80. And then what's our benefit?
About 33%.
33%. So that Mike ran the numbers and it comes up to about 105.
And that's if we don't hire at the highest portion of that. We picked a midpoint, a little slightly higher than the midpoint to equate the benefits to. So if it is higher, I just want it known, it could be up to potentially 117,000 if we were to hire at the highest amount with the fringe.
Okay. So what Mike and I were thinking is that we would potentially request 50 from the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel, and there's no guarantee of that. But of course, we do approve those grants ultimately, so we would hope that, and I do think too that, as Grace said, there is so much support in the community, particularly among, you know, in the quote unquote industry or whatever you wanna call behavioral health. Space, that I do think that the panel would recognize the value of this position for implementing the strategic plan, so that would be our hope. So if we asked for 50 from the VHS panel and we have 20 from Grace's kind of reserve, that would be, let's say, a $50,000 request from this board to fund the position. Did I run that all about correctly? And that actually assumes a full year of employment, which we won't have, so we could probably back that off by a couple of months, so we.
But recognizing, not knowing that there's grants, like there's no guarantee for grants. And it's gonna be a long-term position too.
Yeah.
So just thinking of long-term.
So maybe we should consider 50, yes.
Yeah.
Lance.
I'm inclined to support this and I'm not too worried about speculating about grants. I'm willing to accept that we are at risk of having a plan and no execution. And this is a priority, as you mentioned, Commissioner Brown. And we would be foolish not to make it happen. So we've got the money. If we get grants, great. And if we don't, let's put our money where our mouths are and make this position real. And then Grace will make change.
Well, I wouldn't make change. We would all make change, but
Grace-
through the direction of the
Grace's
public health department. Yeah.
office-
Yeah.
I'll just weigh in and say that I feel really good about this implementation, and this position being under your tutelage and leadership. And
Thank you.
I feel really good about the implementation, being within San Miguel County Health. And when the behavioral health strategic plan was rolled out, the, gap analysis was quite clear and I don't think surprising to anyone listening or in the room. But what was not clear is how these hurdles were going to be overcome. And, you know, the linchpin, right, Commissioner Brown, it's like, how is this going to be implemented? And there was you know, everyone, all the players are at or beyond capacity to be able to take that role on. And so this makes so much sense to me and actually gives me a lot of hope in moving forward, the needs of our community to support behavioral health.
Thank you. I appreciate your trust in this direction.
I'm really moved, thank you.
I feel like one of us should have been the Grinch and
Ah.
presented guarding the hen house and keeping these dollars close, but I can't do it from good conscience.
I can't Grinch this. It's just such a need, and I'm just gonna comment on what our community is currently facing economically, and where my brain has just continually gone is just the mental strain that the community is feeling. And I've been up at night thinking about it, honestly. And there's no time like the present to try to move forward and take some action.
I move to approve an additional employee, full-time equivalent to the public health focused on behavioral health.
I second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I will, thank you very much.
Thank you all. This means a lot, not just for our work as the county, but for all of our residents. So thank you.
Thanks so much for willing to take it on, Grace.
Of course. Yep. I am invested. So thank you all.
Okay, we are now up to item number 9, manager matters. It's almost 11 o'clock. I'm going to suggest that we take a quick break and come back maybe around 11:05. Perfect. Okay,
Sounds
thank
good.
you.
Pretty much it.
Hello, San Miguel County. This is 11:06 on January 7th, 2026, and we are back to work on conducting a regular meeting of the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners. We have arrived at item 9, Manager Matters. Mr. Bordonia.
Hello, Commissioners. I'd like to start with item 9A if I could, regarding the request that we received from John Duncan on behalf of the lodging tax panel to waive or reimburse the 1% treasurer fee for 2025 and moving forward into the future for the lodging tax funds that are collected in unincorporated San Miguel County. We do have a fully seated lodging tax panel of 3 members, and they met about 2 weeks ago. And when they heard the budget's requests for both the Telluride Tourism Board, where the funds that are collected within the R1 school district area are remitted via our contract with them, as well as the Norwood Chamber in for the collections in area R2. They learned there, or they were surprised to learn about the treasurer's fees. This is something that is allowed by statute, and it is a fairly common practice. I know Commissioner Brown was able to speak to our county treasurer, Brandy Hatfield, about whether or not she thought that these funds could be waived because she largely gets to make that determination. And by largely, I mean she does get to make that determination about the collection of treasurer fees. It's my understanding that she did not oppose this request specifically because these are funds that are collected by the state of Colorado and remitted to the treasurer, as opposed to funds such as property tax funds or those that we collect on behalf of special districts, which are involve the assessment from our county assessor's office, and then the sending out of the bills, the collection, the verification of those monies by the treasurer. So because this is not a lift or a heavy lift from the treasurer's office, she was supportive of this request. Mechanically, though, it is already in her accounting system how these funds are assessed. So my suggestion would be that if the board is sympathetic to this request, that it be made very clear 2 things. One, that this is a you may or may not wish to do it indefinitely in the future. Obviously, monetary decisions are subject to annual appropriation and approval of the board. So I would suggest that you only approve it for the 2026 upcoming year, as well as that you may wish to revisit that in the future. The other thing is that because of the mechanics and the time Brandy has said it would take to reprogram her system, that rather than asking IT and her software vendor to spend a significant amount of time and money doing that, that we at the last final collection for the year, which we receive approximately 2 months in arrears, we would take the 1% of treasurer fees that were collected and remit them back to those 2 individual organizations that receive these funds. We're talking about an amount that fluctuates somewhere between $100,000 and $130,000 annually. So we're talking about $1,000 to $1,300 of total impact possible. And I would suggest that since these funds are remitted to the general fund, that if the board wishes to do this, they would just say at the end of the year, the general fund will reimburse those 2 organizations by the total amount of the 1% that has been collected. Do you have any questions or
I'll just
further
follow up on this.
clarification?
My concern when this was requested by the lodging panel was that if we decided to do this refund, it would open up Pandora's box and all the other taxing entities would ask for refunds of their treasurer's fee. But this is a very different kind of tax, as Mike explained, and Brandy helped me understand. It's actually not collected by the county, it's collected by the state. Similar to the cigarette tax, the highway users tax, and the sales tax. So this would not be setting precedent to refund like the Tyrite Fire Protection District or the town of Telluride or something like that. It's a very different kind of flow, of workflow and money flow. And we had thought it was 3%, but Randy confirmed for me it's 1%, so it is a pretty small amount of money. And since we're not doing that work, I think it's fair to fund it to the purpose that it was intended. It's my feeling.
And you suggested 2026, but for the fees that have already been collected for the 2025 year,
I think that was already in there. The budgets are finished for 2025 and closed out. I think what we were looking at was the upcoming year budgets. And then those entities. I suppose you could refund their 2025. The surprise really came when we were at the meeting when they're talking about their 26 budgets and that they would not receive, 100% of that, but rather 99%.
Right, yeah. Was this the first year we charged it, do you know?
so with our meeting with Brandy and discussion of this, wasn't this the first year that this was implemented?
At least during my tenure, so this started in November of 2023. We've had conversations with Treasurer's Office about it kind of ongoing, and it has changed slightly year to year based on her understanding of the statutes, our kind of continuing conversation. So it has been kind of a moving target over the last couple of years. I think with our conversation this year, Ms. Hatfield decided to move ahead in a particular direction and told us, here's what I'm going to do. So I think it's a little bit firmer what her rationale is and how she's moving ahead. But it has been in a bit of a state of flux, at least since I have been on board, because I've been part of those conversations. So
So the question is, do we do the refund for 2025 or today or just 26 or both, right?
right. And my suggestion, if you hear it, is to simply move forward and not try to rehash. I think everyone, the lodging tax panels, others, those transactions have effectively taken place.
Okay.
And so I wouldn't suggest trying to recreate the past, but rather just move ahead in this direction.
Just so I'm clear, John Duncan's request was for future, for the 2026 year, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what it says here.
We're addressing his requests with that.
I see a hand up from Ramona.
Hi, Ramona.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so just a little back history too. There is a current operating reserve in the lodging tax fund of about $7,000 that has been on the books for years. And so I can confirm that any monies that we've collected in 2025 have been passed through at 100% to the marketing companies. If there was a treasurer's fee associated and I would have to go back and look, but if there was associated, that would have just come out of the operating reserve, that 100% has been passed through for 2025. So moving forward, if Brandy collects this fee, and per Mike's comments, I'm assuming, we would still pass through that's what we would have to calculate. And that's why I'm kind of confused and just trying to think through all this, because right now on the pass-through amounts, there has not been a subtraction for the treasurer's fees. We've been passing through everything that we have. Now, if it is being charged out of the fund on our side, then that reserve has been coming down. And I would just have to look at all of our transactions. Moving forward, what I'm hearing you say is that she's going to assess the treasurer's fees. So the pass-through would be 1% less of what we've been getting from the state. And that would be a different process than what we currently have been doing. But I can see how that would flow, and then at the end of the year, we would be able to determine what that amount was and give it back out of the general fund, because that's what those treasurer's fees are being adopted. So I just wanted just to clarify, the marketing companies have been made whole with what has been collected by the vendors at the state up until this point. We have not done any shortage of that, but moving forward with this direction from Brandy, that formula would change for their distribution and pass through, and that's probably where this issue has come up.
What I hear you saying, Ramona, are two things. One, that we don't have to worry about the past, that we're good, and that two, you have a system in mind that's relatively clean and easy for addressing this in the future. And with that, and knowing that Brandy's okay with it because of its unique stature, and that it's been made only as a request for 2026, I think I'm comfortable proceeding.
Yes, and I would just make sure that when those distributions are passed on to the marketing companies, that is itemized on our end, which we've, it's just so it is clear when they receive the money that those treasurer's fees have been assessed on a periodic basis.
It's a shame that we have to assess them and then refund them, but I guess that's the way.
Sounds like it's cheaper and easier than changing the software.
Okay. And I mean, personally, I think we should, I know we can't like legally make decide to do this going forward, but it feels like something we should not have to discuss every year. We could maybe put it on the consent agenda, or how would we?
You could actually just do it when you approve next year's budget. Each year when the budget is approved, I'm looking at our 26 budget, and it does show that there were no treasurer fees assessed in 24. And so far in 25, but there is an anticipated amount for 26, so.
So that's just, who's gonna remember to do that?
We will.
Oh, the lodging panel. Okay.
They'll definitely hold us accountable for
Do we
that.
need a motion? Is that
Yes.
direction? Okay.
I move to uphold a request by the San Miguel County Lodging Tax Panel to exempt lodging tax revenues from the 1% treasurer's fee for 2026. And the mechanism for doing so will be an end of year reimbursement of the total amount collected.
I might just suggest a friendly amendment. We aren't going to exempt them.
Thank you.
We're gonna refund.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
I accept that amendment.
all right, and that was a second as well.
Okay.
Any discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
As well, the motion carries unanimously. These are the important things, well,
Yes.
important,
Yeah.
fund marketing of our resort, which is what happens with the lodging tax. Okay, Mike.
Very
carry on.
good. Just a few other updates. First off, Happy New Year. This is obviously our first meeting of 2026, and we'll be excited to celebrate Commissioner Brown's time as our chairperson. You've done an amazing job as our chair this year with numerous lengthy and contentious or meetings where I feel like the board has done a continual improvement every year in welcoming and making our public feel heard. So, and that's on all three of you, but kudos to you and how you ran those meetings with grace, even when they were under fire. So
Mike.
you're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we'll be making this change after lunch when we appoint the new chair and vice chair, and then talk about our boards and commissions. But I just wanted to say we have not met in 3 weeks. This is but we will be back onto our normal meeting cadence of a work session next week. We have a rather lengthy agenda that I'll review here at the end. Yesterday, we held a San Miguel Regional Housing Authority meeting, and there wasn't a whole lot discussed there. Yes, sir.
There was one thing that did come up that.
We have a
will
new
be-
person. Mhm.
We have a new person?
Yep, council member Elena Levin.
Yes, in Geneva's replacement, and Elena has been on the Town of Telluride Housing Subcommittee, so she speaks the language and she's very attuned to the nuances. And speaking of nuances, one thing that was brought up was Pam Schifrin's observation that with the lottery that the town is conducting, that she had 29 applicants and many of them were held up by a requirement for employers to notarize affirming employment, and that it just turned out that was really hard.
That's a new requirement? for
No,
notarization?
it's an existing one.
Existing requirement, but it's become increasingly difficult, and it's really a roadblock that Pam checked into with other housing authorities, and everyone else just has a general affidavit at the end of the application stating that under the risk of perjury that everything's true and so forth. And so the SMRHA board decided to remove the requirement for each employer to go find a notary and simply streamline the process to allow people to apply for lotteries without having to go through that extra step.
So was the step that the employer has to affirm that they plan to continue to employ this person?
No.
Just confirming that they'll actually work and how many hours they work.
I see.
But there was not a verification in that. It was simply the notarization process, which verifies that it is the actual employer's signature. So it wasn't providing that additional safeguard that I think it was originally intended to do. And it doesn't, this suggested path doesn't relieve the property owner of their ultimate liability to affirm all the information is truthful.
Question beyond this, so I don't know.
Let's just say, yay, less regulation.
Yay, streamlined,
Yes.
simpler, easier for everyone. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I'm curious if there was any discussion around leniency with hours required if this ongoing strike and ski area closure continues. And yeah.
Listened to part of the town council meeting yesterday, and that was mentioned. And for at least town of Telluride properties, it's that door is open for discussion. And it's an administrative discussion, not a full council discussion.
Okay.
And knowing that the duration of this the strike or shutdown is unknown, the county is always looking in arrears at those hours. So we will have the opportunity before we do our next compliance cycle to make a decision if this turns out to be a prolonged shutdown to potentially reduce those required hours. But I don't think you need to make that level of determination yet.
That might be on our radar as well. Anything else from SMRHA?
Those were the highlights.
Tonight, there is a meeting being held by the town of Mountain Village that will be jointly attended by the town of Telluride at 6 p.m. Regarding business support and as well as potential individual support for folks that might be impacted by the ski area shutdown. That's at 6 p.m. I know I'll plan to be on via Zoom. But the county had not, we've had some discussions with the town and the Telluride Foundation about resources that can be provided to individuals as well as potentially to businesses. So far, the county has not, the two towns have indicated that they are going to consider some level of business relief. The county was not taking that stance at least yet in a formal position. So I think the goal tonight was to listen and hear what direction the towns might be going, and then at a future meeting to consider whether or not the county may wish to go beyond our individual assistance, where we are already seeing an increase in folks seeking support through human services. But to look at what we may wish to do for businesses should our town partners move forward with that tact. So we'll report back if you're unable to watch the meeting tonight and provide a summary of that and then solicit your recommendations. This morning, we received in the news notification that the Trump administration has indicated they wish to freeze federal funding to the state for TANF, CCAP, and the social services block grants. A significant amount of funding that funds our human services departments. at potentially the most inopportune time for us locally.
Can you just repeat those categories? TANF? which is
TANF,
temporary assistance to needy families. Which
that's
is basically
correct.
welfare, yeah.
and I said CCAP, it was not CCAP, but it's
CCAP is underneath it.
CCAP is underneath.
It's TANF, CCDF, and
Yes.
SSBG funds.
SFBG.
Yes,
SSBG.
Social Services Block Grant is the last one. And that's for administrative funding. The CC, what was that middle one?
CCDF.
DF is where our CCAP funding, the portion of federal funds for CCAP comes through.
And just to clarify, that is 50%?
It's actually, I believe we heard it was closer to 70%.
Well,
But I think it's going to be, it's already been appealed by the state of New York, who received the same notice. I think it's highly likely that our attorney general will be filing a lawsuit in federal court to unfreeze those funds. I would suggest that we do not take any difference in tact for our human services department, such as reducing funding or reducing staffing, knowing that we have an onslaught of requests happening and coming in the near future.
you know, I did have the opportunity. I heard this news last night and, heard it again this morning. And I was able to chat with Linnea briefly this morning. And, the long and short of where we're at right now, these directives came out at super late yesterday. And so the state has promised, a reaction to the human resources directors because the state's still processing. What does this actually mean?
Has he frozen them already, or is he just commenting that he may freeze
The
them?
U.S. Department of Health and Human Services announced that it has frozen more than 10 billion in total funds for those three programs in Colorado, Minnesota, New York, California, and Illinois, citing concerns about widespread fraud and misuse.
And so what has happened is the administrator of that program, you may know him, Dr. Mehmet Oz, has sent letters to these states saying that these funds are going to be withheld due to these reasons. And so the states are now reacting and saying, what does this really mean? How quickly is it going to take place? And we fully expect that, as Mike mentioned, the Attorney General will be filing an injunction at some point to at least keep the resources flowing while this goes through a legal process. I think Linnea immediately started to think and game plan how to just keep maintaining program funding, draw down whatever funding is available as soon as is possible. But it's really late breaking stuff, and there will be more news at 11, I promise. So.
Separate news, but I know that the commissioners received a letter from a concerned citizen. I don't believe they're from San Miguel County, but it was related to the article that appeared in the Durango Herald from that Southwest region meeting. And it talked about the conversation that the various counties, including Commissioner Gleason, who participated and Jared was there as well, regarding unfunded mandates. And one of the items that the article talked about was accessibility requirements and ADA. I think that it wasn't made clear via the article that San Miguel County has been fully complying with those accessibility mandates. So I just wanted to make sure that our public knew that even though the story touched on that as a topic, and that the group in general had concerns about the increasing number of unfunded mandates from the states, state and federal government, that San Miguel County was one of the earliest adopters of the accessibility standards and requirements, and we continue to employ Katie Nisham Ramirez as our lead accessibility coordinator through the IT department. So that part did not truly apply to us, but we got kind of lumped in there because that was one of the conversation topics.
Thank you. Do you think we need to respond to the letter?
I would like to, if you're amenable, to just provide a response to the individual who reached out so that they understand that we are in full compliance and we welcome.
I would appreciate that.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
And
If-
could you just CC us on that so she knows that we are? in the loop?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, to Mike's portrayal of this, we got kind of lumped in because as I want to let Commissioner Gleason talk about the meeting, like this was not even a real nuance of the topic, right? We were talking about unfunded mandates, and I think we know Mesa County has like a list of unfunded mandates that's pretty significant. I think that's included on this list. So it was kind of an angle that was it's something that is meaningful to a certain group of folks, and we are open to that, and we're working on that actively all the time. But it wasn't actually even discussed in that kind of context during the meeting. So
And we particularly spoke about regulation number 31 and, the methane
Yeah.
regulations at landfills, and I commented on that.
Yeah.
As to why that isn't sensical for this county and a lot of rural Colorado. But that.
I'd like to talk about that when you get to the report on that meeting, the regulation 31. Okay, thanks, Mike. If you would respond.
Absolutely.
Looks like,
Lance just happened.
oh, sorry.
Okay, I could either save this for when you're talking about that very meeting, or I could mention that there was an email from CCI regarding unfunded mandates. And I read through it and realized that there's a grid with every county listed and then response, whether the county had actually written a letter or not, or we've contacted, in our case, back in September through Maura. And I checked in with Maura to see if she had any additional communication, which she hadn't, because we discussed this as a board and decided that we didn't want to sign Mesa County's letter. I think we could consider whether we want to, based on Galina's meeting, draft our own letter with perhaps the 31 reg concern and perhaps others.
Yeah,
But-
and I vote not to accept.
And so, I think we should maybe hold off until you report, but I wanted to see. This seems like a good time to say, I'd like to fill that box out with either a hard no or a San Miguel County sent their own letter or something, just courtesy of a reply. So,
Yeah, perfect. Let's
When
talk
we get-
about
when
that
we
when we
get-
get to the more thorough conversation about that meeting.
perfect.
Very good.
Thanks.
Okay, just a few other things in the last 2 weeks. As has been mentioned, the lodging tax panel met with their 2 new members, approved the reports from Telluride Tourism Board as well as Norwood Chamber. I've met now twice with Road and Bridge staff and once with the Forest Service regarding our request from an OFA resident on a policy on the opening and closing of that gate, but we're looking more holistically at all of our high mountain passes and how we are opening or closing those, and realized that Overpass was not actually listed in the current travel management plan as a seasonally open road. So we're going to be working with the Forest Service because we don't believe it is either safe or practical to invite the public to try and use Ophir Road throughout the year for responder safety, resident and visitor safety. So, but I just want to let you know, we are continuing to see if that was a mistake from the Forest Service, if so, how we can get that rectified, and then to share this policy, draft policy with the board for your feedback, and then with residents in these areas regarding Last Dollar Pass, Ophir, Black Bear, and Imogene.
I'm glad we're addressing that. Thanks, Mike.
Sure thing.
And the team.
I received outreach from an Ophir resident, John Kirk Drogsvald. who was selected as one of 20 artists around the state of Colorado to create art installations for the Colorado 150th anniversary. And I'll be meeting with him. He was curious about what county properties we might have available for an installation. And obviously, I know we've talked in the past about something that could represent or celebrate the heritage of the Mountain Ute tribe in this area. So that's obviously something I wanted to bring up to him, but I was curious if you had this is just an initial conversation. Originally, they were going to do it all around the Capitol, but the group has decided to spread them out throughout the state, and he would like to do one in his home county. So, thoughts? It would be a permanent sculpture installation. Yeah, it's sculpture. And he was the resident artist in residency at Camp V for the last couple of years and has some examples of various sculptures and art installations that he has done up there. But is a very talented artist from the website that I'm looking at, and I'm hopeful that he would be interested in doing something as we look at potentially reviving or renewing the Galloping Goose Park or the Mill Creek Park, or other areas.
Yeah, what immediately came to mind to me was the Galloping Goose Park. That's right next to the courthouse, right? That's what we call that. I mean, we've taken the Galloping Goose out of there and it's such a central place in the county, right next to the courthouse. Yeah. If we did do something to commemorate the Ute tribes, we would definitely want to pull them into that.
Absolutely.
I don't know if he has is there a deadline when he needs to get that?
I'll learn more tomorrow when I
Yeah.
meet with him. Chairman Hart?
Maria started.
Maria,
Mhm.
yes.
with her as being liaison.
Mhm.
Maria's hosting a meeting next week, and I'll speak with Mike after his meeting with the artist tomorrow and add information from Maria as it comes out.
I'll just follow up on that. I had a conversation with, Regina. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Is it Whitehorse?
Whitehorse.
And I serve on the Foundation Leadership Council. And we talked about how there, as my understanding, is not really a substantial kind of physical acknowledgement in the county of our heritage or that heritage. And as we think about the Mill Creek Park, I'm not entirely sure where that stands right now.
That's going to be in an upcoming work session where Janet's going to be bringing you back the survey results and then the preliminary design plan for both Mill Creek and the Galloping Goose Park. That's at next week.
Oh, this is great timing.
Yes.
So I spoke to Regina about this and I mentioned, that it's been on my mind that possibly we could, if we do proceed with the Mill Creek Park, that we could make that some kind of a honor to the history of the Utes here. And she was very interested in that. She suggested that we would need to get 3 tribes involved, the Ute Mountain Ute, the Southern Ute, as well as the Utah Ute.
Uinta, yeah.
Sorry, what are they called?
Uinta.
Uinta, yeah, that all 3 of those tribes or bands, I can't recall exactly which one else used, have a history here. So I guess the question is if, how long all this takes and, well, you'll speak with the what was his name?
Kirk.
The artist.
Yes,
to see
Drogsbald.
if that's possible, and obviously
Mhm.
we would need to talk together as a commission about whether we would like to use the Mill Creek Park for that purpose, or perhaps the Galloping Goose Park. And I'm so happy it's coming up next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can work with, and Regina is not the chair of her tribe, but is a very strong leader there, so we'll have to have Maria figure out, who exactly to connect with and all those tribes.
Very good. I also have a meeting later this week with representatives of SMBC regarding the affordable housing parcel and investigating how the county may be able to receive that sooner than the current subdivision improvement agreement stipulation. So fingers crossed, and I'll look forward to reporting to you how that conversation goes. We met with the junior livestock sale finance and Michaela Gordon on behalf of the Fair Board about the process. And we continue to refine that process to make sure that folks are able to receive their funds from their livestock sales sooner. There was a tally of our accounting hours, and Ramona was able, along with the assistance of Haley and Christina in HR, who volunteered during the project, along with the accounting staff. They were able to absorb the hours spent within the regular workload, so they did not want to charge the Fair Board back for their administrative costs. And so I wanted to just share that with you, and share a thanks to Ramona and her crew for managing it in a way that was allowing all the funds to stay within the Fair Board.
Well done, Ramona. Thank you.
Yes. Greg Polio has looked at boiler replacement options to ensure our heating system works long-term without hiccups, and we have an affordable option that we are going to be pursuing for installation this spring. We don't want to take a chance of doing it now, even though it would be ideal to do as soon as possible. We don't want to take the chance of being without heat for any duration where we would potentially have to have folks working remotely. So as soon as weather warms up, we'll be scheduling that install. And met with Tri-County, or a meeting with Tri-County Health and the Telluride Foundation again next week about Telluride senior lunches. We explored Angel Baskets as the potential fiscal sponsor. I've also met with the Telluride Association of Realtor staff about their involvement in this. They are willing to continue to coordinate volunteers from their organization to assist with the senior lunches. And Telluride Foundation is willing to act as that fiscal agent, but wanted to first explore Tri-County as another potential partner before they chose to take it on as a donor advised fund. So
Still need someone to kind of support like management of the.
that's correct, but because it has not been in a nonprofit status, it has prohibited them from receiving funds from Region 10, Area Agency on the Aging, as well as outside grant funds. So we have already received indications from Region 10 as well as philanthropic funders, including the foundation themselves, that they would all contribute funds that could go towards having a part-time paid staff person that would do this coordination and accounting and making sure that the collection and remittance of funds is happening with fidelity. And that's all I have for you today. Do you have any questions for me?
That we haven't already, or nothing that I haven't already asked Jared. Sometimes you have a little postscript for us.
It's not a postscript on anything Mike has mentioned, but I do have a couple items since it has been 3 weeks since we've met. Over that time, we've been things have kept moving. I did a walkthrough of pump testing up at the Pathfinder site over the holiday. It was one of those weird, hey, can we walk the site on Friday? And again, I extend my thanks to the folks at the San Bernardo HOA for being available and walking through their infrastructure. We're continuing to craft our pump test to, again, see if that is a viable option for Pathfinder water, as well as just creating a more robust or resilient supply for San Bernardo themselves. So that was a good walkthrough we continue to work on. I did want to mention we do have Planning Commission tomorrow. And on that agenda tomorrow, we'll be talking about a couple different items. Those being, there's a walkthrough down at the Allium Industrial Park. There's going to be a land use application for the Allium Industrial Park that's been kind of on hold for a couple weeks while the applicant worked on it. And then we will be talking about the special use permit on Wrights Mesa for non-conforming lots. So for this board, obviously, all of these things will be coming your way in the not too distant future. So as Mike mentioned, we had economic support discussions.
The
Yeah.
land use code amendment is of interest to me, and would it be appropriate for me to listen in on that meeting, Maura, or should I just wait till it comes to the OCC? Hard one.
Ideally, waiting until it comes to you. I mean, there's no if it's just one of you, there's no reason you can't listen in. It may evolve at the planning commission, which is
Yeah.
the only reason what is presented tomorrow may be different by the time it gets to.
Well, and it would be my suggestion. I think listening in is fine. Particularly if you're able to listen in on YouTube. I can't remember off the top of my head if those are YouTubed as well. But that just keeps you, from technically being in the room, but you get to see all the action, right? So that is one option. And it, as long as you don't inject and try to put your 2 cents in at that point, because you're going to have plenty of time to put your 2 cents in. So.
Thanks.
As mentioned, Mike and I have been attending off and on, and hopefully one of these times together, these community support discussions that are taking place with our town partners, TMBOA and Telluride Foundation, and those will be ongoing. I'm sure there'll be a lot more news a little later this week, based on what happens with Mountain Village tonight and all the moving parts. Yesterday we did.
I'm curious to know what those discussions have entailed.
So as Mike mentioned, I attended one last Friday, and largely all of the organizations are, kind of looking at what's happening with individuals economically in the community, what's happening with jobs, and particularly what's going to happen with the business community, because if the business community, any business that closes, that has the impact to the individuals and jobs that they previously held. So just game planning how to ensure, people know where to potentially reach out and get resources. And we've indicated for individuals right now, the Good Neighbor Fund is one of the spots that is readily available, as well as for the county's purposes, our Human Services Department, through all of our various programs that we have. That it might not fit everybody, but we ask people to come and have a conversation about it. We talk about those individual resources. Then we started talking about, as Mike mentioned, what business support might we be able to muster, and each one of our organizations is a bit different, has different focus. And so that's the evolving conversation as it continues to move, and as the situation continues to evolve over time as well. So again, the frequency of those meetings they're now happening, more than once a week. And so, and there will be undoubtedly more probably by Friday.
We are going to be meeting again on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we'll just keep this board informed of kind of those ideas, outcomes, and ultimately I expect there will be decisions for this board to make on what kind of support we may want to offer in addition to what we're already doing. So
What do you mean in addition to what we're already doing?
if
In
we
addition to human services?
Yeah.
Well, as an example, queued up tonight, Town of Mountain Village is ostensibly going to decide on making a $50,000 contribution to the Good Neighbor Fund, right? And so we could replicate that. We could simply say, we're already doing things through our human services and we'll see how things continue. So those are the kind of decisions that we'll be at least informing you of and potentially bringing to the table. So. And finally, yesterday, and I want to give my appreciation to Commissioner Waring, coming to SSR planning meeting or the Housing Code Update planning meeting. We had a good one yesterday. We will be having our next SSR meeting on Monday, January 26th in the afternoon at 2:30 till about 5:30. And feel free to add.
And the plan is after that next meeting to have a visit from the consulting team with an update on where the group might be headed and kind of a progress report. So,
VOCC?
yes,
Excellent.
so
Great.
you'll be in the loop directly. This next meeting seems like it's gonna be a potential opportunity to make some decisions and some firm suggestions.
Okay.
We'll see if we get there.
It's plenty of moving parts, but most of them are all just business. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions as usual.
Good. So we next on the agenda have commissioner updates, but our lunch is here. How do we want to handle this?
I vote for lunch.
Yeah, I know, I vote for lunch too.
I-
Okay, so we'll just postpone that until later this afternoon. Okay, because we do have a firm agenda item at 12:45, Eco Action Partners and Sampa coming in. Okay, well, it's just before 12 and we will take a break. We'll be back at 12:45 after we have had some food. Thank you. Hello, Sam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, San Miguel County. It is 12:49. It continues to be January 7th, 2026, and we are resuming with our after lunch agenda. Item 12A, an annual program update with Eco Action Partners and San Miguel Power Association. We have Emma Verona here, Siobhan Lavender Hoya.
Either
In one order, and Wiley Freeman. Those ladies are both from Eco Action Partners and Wiley Freeman from San Miguel Power. It's so nice to see you all. Thank you for being here. Maybe stick that, you'll go back and forth to share that.
Yeah, you can keep that one. I just got kicked out of the Zoom again, so never mind.
I don't think we can
I
save
know.
it today, but
Oh.
I'll send a message to Sean.
Yeah, now I'm back, but it,
I would love to
okay.
start my video.
Let's see if it'll.
Some people know I'm not asleep at the wheel. Okay, there goes Emma.
Maybe. We have,
Started sharing.
I know, I was there and then I got kicked out.
Yeah.
And now, there we go. Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having us today. Happy New Year. We're really excited to bring you an annual program update. As you know, I'm Emma. I'm the Executive Director of Eco Action Partners and joined by Siobhan, our Development Director. For anybody who's not familiar, Eco Action Partners is the regional sustainability nonprofit serving San Miguel County. Our mission is to provide data-centered solutions that empower our partners to drive climate action and create more sustainable communities. In practice, that looks like intertwined, interconnected programs, emissions tracking and data analysis, comprehensive on-the-ground community programming, regional collaboration efforts like the Snaffles Energy Board, individual jurisdiction support helping you meet your climate goals, all of which tie together with the ultimate goal of collective resilience for our communities.
Okay, so we're gonna talk to you about various programs we want to run. And sometimes I think these programs can seem something extra that we're doing, but I just like to always start and remind, I always like to start and remind everyone that inaction also is a choice and action also has a cost. And so, you know, we're currently, here we are in January, and we have some of the lowest snowpack we've seen in recent years, and that has a cost. The wildfires and the smoke we experienced in the summer has an associated cost. And so just framing it as that there's inaction also has consequences. I'm not going to read all these numbers, but we pulled some numbers from, this is from a Colorado State report that included our county. And these are just some ideas of, you know, what drought, what floods, what lack of snowfall can have as an economic impact on our community. And this is kind of the business as usual scenario. The good news is we can do something, and we are. And so,
Can you just go back to that?
Yeah.
Sorry. Those numbers are assigned to San Miguel County?
They're assigned to San Miguel
But
County from the state.
Disasters are.
Yeah, the projections, so of course they're not an exact science. But yeah, I mean, flooding, I think drought is one that I really think about a lot because it's omnipresent, and also kind of creeps up on you. You know, it's not like this immediate, oh, here's a flood that we have to deal with, but it has incredible detrimental impacts, even though it's not this like, oh, wow, we're having a storm or a flood. Drought is something we're really concerned about, and that we can do things about. We can not just, you know, it's reducing emissions and it's adaptation, and we roll those together and think like, how can we have a comprehensive way of maintaining our climate and doing our part to decrease our emissions so that we can really prevent future generations and our current generation from having to deal with some of these really devastating effects of climate change. Okay, I know you guys have seen this before, but I'm going to keep putting it up until that red line comes down to meet our green lines. And so this is the red line is our, you know, business as usual emissions. We here in San Miguel County have the goal of reducing 50% of our emissions by 2030. So that's just a scant 4 years away here. And then 90% emissions reductions by 2050. Now, these are in line with state goals. And I think that's really important to remember because obviously, we here in San Miguel County are a drop in the bucket, but when we align as a group with the state goals, it does have a really powerful impact. And so it's really our duty and our part to align with Colorado state goals. It's kind of meant to push the button.
Huh.
Um,
maybe. Showing up on my screen.
Okay, I can talk
Yeah.
about it. Okay. We're gonna keep going and you're just gonna get to look at these emissions indefinitely. Okay, so we are data nerds at Eco Action Partners. And so I always love to throw up a good pie chart, which you can't see right now, but this is just a reminder. I know you've heard this before, but buildings are one of our highest emitting sectors. That's where a lot of our local emissions come from. Transportation is the next one. Things like waste are much lower, although also very important. And so that's kind of the pie chart that you're not seeing currently is kind of one of our guiding, there we go. So we use this kind of, all of our programs fit into this pie chart because we really want to be surgical and strategic about how we tackle our emissions. And so obviously we're looking heavily at buildings because that's our biggest. Then of course, transportation is a very large one as well.
Not to
Yeah.
interrupt your flow.
Please do. I
yeah,
love the flow of the
but
conversation.
As far as these, buildings, metrics, are you taking into consideration the actual, like, construction of the building, those greenhouse gas emissions contributing to that, and then also the building, like, as an actual?
If it's a new construction, yeah, it'll be included in, because we do the greenhouse gas inventory is done annually, although we're considering doing it on a 3-year basis. When we're talking about annual emissions, it's typically of existing buildings, that's energy use.
Okay.
And construction related emissions are counted for in this like green section here. They're consumption based emissions, so cement here is one of them.
Okay.
The transportation associated with construction. So this residential buildings and commercial buildings that make up 41% are the use of existing use of energy post construction. Yeah.
Yes, great question. I'm glad you're dialing into this. I'm not going to read all these for you. We just want to remind you that we do a lot of programming, again, that fits into that pie chart. We kind of box them into these 4 categories of emissions tracking, community engagement is one of our superpowers, energy, and then waste programming. And we're going to break down a few of these specifically to highlight some of the most exciting things that have happened this last year.
So one highlight is ongoing efforts, which is going to kick me out of the Zoom again, but that's okay. I'll just talk about it. We don't need the slides.
Okay, would it be helpful if our
maybe if
staff
if you-
ran the PowerPoint?
That might be.
Do you have it, Megan or
Since-
Carmen? Okay, great.
Yeah, we'll stop sharing and.
To get clear, so.
No, I thought it was working. Thank you. Here we go.
I won't tell today, but maybe.
Yeah, that's okay. I will
Here's the
just
whole
leave
agenda.
the Zoom and. Okay.
Ready to discuss it?
No worries, take your time. Just making sure it doesn't pop back up on my side. Okay, so the first program I want to dive into is the Sneffels Energy Board, which is our regional collaborative group of government partners, utility, other community groups across San Miguel, Uray, and San Juan counties. The group was formed in 2009 and has helped lead the development of our climate action plan that has been adopted in the county, helps with ongoing greenhouse gas tracking, and helps to inform new climate programming. EcoAction's role within the Sneffels Energy Board is to help facilitate implementation of programs, identify collaborative funding resources, and opportunities for collective learning. The Sneffels Energy Board work is decided by a work plan that's created by the members. In 2025, that work plan had 4 priority actions. One was community outreach. The second was building energy policies. The third, the regional green grants program expansion, which we'll talk about in a minute here. And the fourth, EV charging infrastructure, which is a really fun one to highlight for the benefit of this type of group. Where if San Miguel County puts in EV charging infrastructure and does a really great job on that, but no one else in our communities do, it doesn't matter because people will still have range anxiety. So it really points to that importance for communication on where our needs are for infrastructure, where progress is being made, and how that can be collaborative across the region. 2026 priorities will be decided by the board in our first meeting in February. And next slide, ×2. There we go. So as I mentioned, community outreach is a huge priority for us. Now that we have the climate action plan and are shifting to implementation, it's really important to have trust and buy-in as these programs are more interacted with in our community. A big place that we do that is with our students, helping to build climate literacy through place-based education. We really see students as agents of change. They can have a broader impact, bringing what they learn in the schools or their practices with composting in the schools back to their wider community. In 2024, we reached 751 students, and in 2025, we were able to reach over 1,100 students. So really want to highlight that growth in these programs. Those successes have helped us lead to expansion of our offerings from just 3rd to 5th grade to now K through 12. We do programs inside of schools, outside of schools, with the library, with AHA, with Pinhead. So really great opportunity to collaborate across all of our community partners. And one program there that I wanted to highlight was in November, we hosted the first Sneffels Regional Youth Climate Summit. And we had 45 students from 4 schools attending, and it was a really cool day for anyone who was there. We had a green career fair, we had student-led presentations. Students were working on program and project ideas with community leaders that they were able to bring back to their communities. So just really inspiring and motivating event. In our general outreach efforts, again, in 2024, we reached just over 2,000 people, and this past year, we reached over 3,800. So again, huge growth in how many people are showing up to our events, wanting to engage with the Climate Action Plan in different ways, and interested in these programs. Up next is our Colorado Affordable Residential Energy Program. This is our income qualified weatherization program for homes up to 80% of area median income. It provides free audits and weatherization upgrades. And a really important part of this program that feels like some of the most important impact is that we can address health and safety concerns. So we often find gas leaks in homes that we can address. And just this last year, there was someone who ended up hospitalized because they had a gas leak in their home that they didn't know about, and they didn't know why they were hospitalized. And it happened to be going through the care program during this time, and our auditor found that leak and was able to repair it right before winter started, and going back to that being a concern. So life-saving program, utility bills are being decreased. There's a huge impact for this. And we were able to serve 28 homes in this program in 2025, and are really grateful to SMPA being one of the primary funders for this program. So again, a great opportunity for partnership.
Okay, but what if you don't qualify for the care program and you are in that kind of gap where you say, I want to do these improvements, I want to lower my energy bills, I want to weatherize, but I don't, I'm in that income gap. Well, we are able to roll out the regional green grants. So thank you so much to the commissioners who I know have heard a lot about this and been very involved. So we're here to kind of report on the culmination. So last time we were here, I think we were talking about getting funding for the rollout of the regional green grants program. And now here we are talking to you about some of the success stories. As a reminder, the Regional Green Grants Program is an initiative where you can apply. It's based on the successful Telluride Green Grants, which has been operating for several years. So taking that successful model, we were able to leverage the funding from the county with the Telluride Foundation and actually get some philanthropic funds as well to augment the county's funds. And we were able to bring it to the whole of San Miguel County, which has been very exciting. Oh, sorry, next slide. So here's a brief update about it. So first of all, the Green Grants Program is a very white glove program, and we found that that's necessary because how to kind of weatherize your home or get new appliances and leverage rebates is quite complex. I work in this industry, and I recognize that it's tricky to find, okay, but I can get, 500 for a 1-ton heat pump, but it's, 1,000 for this ton, and who do I apply to for where? And so we really walk applicants through all that process. We also connect applicants with qualified contractors so that we can be sure that they have people who can do installations, whether it's windows or heat pumps or boilers. And the overarching mission here is to both reduce our greenhouse gases, largely in our building sector. If you remember that pie chart, the building sector is a big part. So is to reduce greenhouse gases while simultaneously reducing energy costs and making people more comfortable and secure in their homes. That said, that's really kind of targeting the home building energy sector, but with the green grants, anything qualifies that reduces greenhouse gases. And so we actually had some really interesting applicants say, I'm really interested in like food security and want to, do like a composting program locally, or how could I build a greenhouse and then grow herbs for a restaurant and things like that. So there's a wealth of different kind of applications, but here's a little snapshot for you. So we had 20 applications from San Miguel County. 6 from Norwood, 1 from Mountain Village, 1 from Ophir, 3 from Placerville, and 9 from Lawson Hill. And so obviously, putting in new windows, putting in a heat pump, putting in a greenhouse, putting in a new boiler, these are very expensive things. And so you see that while we had a good pot of funding, the requests vastly outstripped the amount of money we had to give out. And so I don't envy the committee that had to make these decisions. We had a wonderful volunteer committee here in San Miguel County representing all of our major hubs, everywhere from Norwood to Placerville to Mountain Village. Everyone was represented. And it was really inspiring to see this group of 7 people get together and say, okay, how are we going to divvy up this money? How can we prioritize our low-income families? As you can see here, we really did prioritize individuals and families that are in that lower income and kind of income gap brackets. And just to give you a sense, you know, a heat pump, which there were 7 heat pump applications that were awarded, a heat pump can run you anywhere from like 11 to 14 and up $1,000. And rebates, which we are so grateful for San Miguel Power Association having rebates, won't necessarily get everybody over the hurdle. If you're getting $1,000 back, which is terrific, but that's not necessarily going to get a family over the hurdle of installation. Yes.
Just this pie chart, are these applicants awarded by income or just applicants that applied?
Those were the awarded ones.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I can double check, but I'm pretty sure that, yeah, we're looking at the awarded ones here. And it's worth noting that a lot of those families in kind of the 100 to 150 are those are families of 4 often. And a lot of the families that were under 500 were couples or individuals. Because we did ask for household size as part of the application process. And then we had some plastic reduction projects, was really cool to see. EV charging, you know, residential EV charging. Yeah, I would just love to open it up to any kind of questions you guys have about this, since this is our pilot. And this is just a brief snapshot, but we have tons of exciting data that we want to share with you.
So this is just for the money that the San Miguel County set aside, is that correct?
San Miguel County, we had 49 applicants for across the whole region.
Okay,
And
and
so
49 awards.
of that,
Yep.
the reason it's 123,000, because you all set aside 100,000 for this program. As Siobhan mentioned, we were able to leverage that with funds from the Telluride Foundation
okay,
to bring in an extra 23,000 for San Miguel County applicants.
okay. And did we budget anything for this program for 26? I don't remember talking about it.
I believe all of these are looking forward, so they were all awarded in November, December, if I'm correct.
Okay.
And so the way we did the budget is we just committed that $100,000 for the 2026 year with the additional administrative expense, expecting that we will be evaluating success of the program and looking forward to the 2027 cycle.
Yeah.
With whatever the new asks are.
Okay,
So
and is this just a one-time renewal cycle, or is it a rolling kind of application?
It's totally up to you guys. The funding in Telluride is comes from the TEMP fund. And so we get that annually. And so it's been going on and it's been successful. And I see no plan to stop that. This was a pilot program with the county. And so it's really up to the county if they want to continue to dedicate funds to this. Yeah.
But it is operated as a once a year application process. Basically.
Yeah, there's like an application window in the fall. Your decisions are made at the end of the year and awarded, and then the awardees have basically the whole of 2026 or the following year to implement the projects. The reason we do that is really because it takes time to get contractors and get these things done, and then most people need spring or summer. Most of this work happens in spring or summer, not all of it, but a lot of it. So we want to make sure folks have time to get it done. And then we follow up with them and make sure that their projects go through and that they have the correct contractors and that they're leveraging the SMPA rebates if those are applicable. And then we ask them to report, with receipts, with photos. We also ask them to write a testimonial, which has been, I'm sure if you guys have ever read them in the Planet from the Telluride Green Grants program, you've read testimonials from folks who've gotten work done. And that's just a great way of thanking our funders and then also making sure that people know about it and what can be done in our community.
Commissioner Graham, I hope that as Siobhan explained the program that it made sense to you.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And I think another comment I'd offer is to my fellow commissioners, I think this worked really well. And I know that we're not talking about decisions in next year, but I sense from the percentage of requests versus amount we were able to give, that this is something that we can bolster, and for very little effort, I think we're getting a lot bang for our buck, and that we're using the right people to create, through their existing organization, a really good thing for our community without having to expand our own staff and really direct giving with a small amount of help to keep the lights on with Eco Action Partners. So kudos to you guys, and thank you guys for supporting this, but thank you for implementing.
Thank you. And these are, in my mind, like very tangible results that
Yeah.
are not only, you know, helping reduce greenhouse gases and energy consumption, but also helping people financially, you know, it's a win-win.
Would you like to hear a quote I got? I have a quote from an email response. So first of all, I want to highlight the fact that 3 care recipients within San Miguel County. So that's confirmed under 80,000. 2 San Miguel. Okay, one was
One.
Okay. We're able to take advantage of this. So they went through the care program and were able to get their weatherization done. But the care program has like limited budget, for example, for heat pumps or certain things. And so our care auditor said, hey, you should apply for a green grant. And they did, and the care recipients were awarded. And this is one care recipient says, Merry Christmas to me. I've just checked my email to see this, and I'm elated with this fantastic news. What a relief this will be. I don't even know where to begin giving thanks. I'm speechless. So that's one of the people that was awarded a green grant. And so just really showing you how impactful this can be in people's lives. I also want to highlight that we had our first Spanish speaker in this application round. Somebody from San Miguel County who chose to have me read the questions in Spanish and then responded in Spanish, and I typed in English. We also had 2 elderly individuals. One came into the office and I filled out the application while they narrated for me, and one was a called in and I filled out the application while they narrated it. And then we had one gentleman from San Miguel County who did not have a computer and was having trouble filling it on his phone. And so he came in person and we did that. So just again, emphasizing kind of the community first white glove experience.
When you use the term white gloves to describe this program, and those stories really emphasize that, and I really appreciate you and your team taking the time and making it accessible and just helping people get where they needed to go.
I have a question regarding the gap between 123 and 307. It's a big number, it's more than double what we were able to award. Do you have a sense of what those requests were for and what it was that we had to turn down, or which applicants we had to turn down?
Absolutely, yeah. No, our office had multiple conversations with every single applicant and really understanding their project. And so we know exactly what they are. A lot of those, so I should also, before I even answer that, I also want to emphasize that most of the projects in San Miguel County were partially funded and not even fully funded. So in order, the committee, again, these wonderful volunteers decided that to make sure the funds were going as far as possible, they wanted to kind of spread it around a little bit. And on our end, we're like, okay, well, we need to make sure that the project can still get done even at a reduced level. And so, for example, for a heat pump, it's binary. You either install it or you don't. And so for one individual who we awarded not the full amount of their heat pump, I followed up and said, hey, this is what the committee is interested in giving you. Like, were you to get this award, could you carry on to confirm that this can actually be achieved? So that's one way of doing it. And then another way is we have windows and doors are very popular. And I think one reason is we have a lot of old building stock. So it's a high need. And then the second reason is there are no like rebates for windows. And so this is the only source for folks, and windows are incredibly expensive if you haven't ever had your windows replaced. And we often tell folks that's like step one in kind of the energy journey is sealing your home. Because if you put in a new air source, water heater or something, or heat pump or water heater, you're going to be cranking your electricity bills because it's all going to be leaking, right? And so that's an important thing. And with windows, what we did is we asked the committee, hey, if you're not going to fully fund it, is it okay if they don't do the full scope? Like let's say they wanted to replace 10 windows. could they replace 7? And we had that kind of negotiated it to begin with, so there wasn't any mixed wires later on. So the committee was like, this can be used to replace X amount of windows. So a lot of partial fundings. Now, to answer your question, Commissioner Brown, we have an exact sense of who didn't get funded. The committee really prioritized income. And so there were some people of higher income brackets. I wouldn't say wealthy necessarily, but of higher income brackets who were deprioritized. And then some of the projects were just decided, like there was a great project out in Norwood. Almost all the Norwood projects were funded, by the way, that were applied for. But there was one that was just kind of, the committee said, this is not maybe this, they're not ready in terms of stage for this funding yet. And could they meet with CSU extension people to work on their ag project first and like start there and then maybe apply if it's available future years? And so there was that kind of discussion as well. It was like, is the project like ready for this funding? Can it hit the ground running? Will it be achieved? So some of those things were determinations too, and whether or not folks got funding.
So
that
if
clear?
you had to estimate, this is probably a difficult question to answer, but what kind of an impact we could have had if we had more money? Like, would it have been meaningful? Do you think some of these projects happened anyway, particularly among the higher income households? Or I'm trying to get a sense of like what we might target in the future.
It's a great question. I'm loving where your mind's going. So I think would the project happen with or without funding was a determination of the committee for sure. Like, what are the chances that this could still happen? And I think in a lot of cases, even higher income people aren't necessarily going to do the project if they don't get some sort of financial assistance. And then some of them, I think people thought, oh, that probably will happen regardless. And I mean, it's a hard decision for the committee to make. And obviously, had they had more money, they would have been able to spread it around even further. I think to answer your question, it is the impact. So we're rough calculating greenhouse gases on all of these. And I say rough calculating because I didn't even want to put up numbers because I like scientific rigor. And so I didn't want to, until we've seen, energy bill reductions, and I didn't want to just slap up some estimates. But this does have an impact. We are able, we will follow up with folks, and we are currently following up with folks in Telluride who have participated in the Green Grant Program in previous years. And we follow up and we say, hey, we see that your energy bill in 2023 was X. Could you share your new energy bill with us? And so we do see substantial reductions. Any kind of follow up on that, or?
No, I think that covers it, and we'll collect that data after all of these projects are implemented, and obviously there is a delay for that because we're waiting to see the impact.
But we do rough calculations based on scientific papers that say, the average, leak reduction from replacing a 1990s window with a double pane is X, and so but again, it's pretty rough because it depends on house size and all sorts of things.
Okay, well, wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I think none of us were quite sure how the rollout and participation in this program would go throughout the county. So I'm just pleased.
We were really thrilled to see the breadth of applicants and different types of applications and geographic diversity. I mean, we in previous years have gotten a lot of calls from people in Lawson Hill hearing about the Telluride program. I think because of the proximity of, I'm so close to Telluride, why can't I apply for this? So Lawson Hill was kind of a given that we would have applicants there, but looking across the whole county, we weren't sure what uptake would look like. And it was really, really nice to see that demand.
And just so you know, the 20 applicants, there was actually more that went through like the receiving a call process. So that's just the saying, hey, I'm interested in a green grant. So it was actually much more than that for San Miguel County. And then the people who actually decided, okay, I want to do the project, I'm going to apply for 2026, reduced to 20. But there was more interest above this too, of folks. And I think also I just want to highlight that the Norwood number I was pleased with, and there were actually, again, more people who went through the intent to apply process in Norwood, but then decided it wasn't the right year for them for whatever reason. And I think that's because we spent time at the county fair, we spent time in Music on the Mesa. We just did a lot of actual boots on the ground outreach in Norwood, and that really made a difference.
Thank you. How many applicants were actually awarded?
14. And of that, 3 were fully funded and 11 were partially funded.
Please come back when we're doing our budgeting so that we can talk about this further for next year.
Will do.
Yeah.
Star, did you want to speak? You need to come up to a microphone.
Come on in.
Our Natural Resources Director, Star Jameson.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to remind you that this was coming out of the REMP fund.
Yeah.
And so I think we did the contract. Their contract is separate for the administration of this program, is separate from our original contract with them in our normal budget process. And then we did that, I believe, in April. So
So we
yeah.
would be on the same cycle this year.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Jared?
I just food for thought for you commissioners on average and from 2023 and 2024, we averaged about $70,000 a year in those REMP funds. And you'll recall we had been building them up for a number of years.
Yeah.
And so we were able to commit a full 100,000. And I will just mention, we've had surprisingly high collections in 2025. We budgeted for 70,000, which is an average number, and we were projected to collect $323,000. And so it's a magnitude different, which again, this is a surprise to us, and I would not suggest banking on it. I don't know if a bunch of projects came in and had to pay these fees, but we're still teasing out that data with Matt Gonzalez on, why those collections were so significant. But we do have a bit of a boon this year of resources in that fund.
That's really good news, bad news, because there's people installing
Yeah.
energy sucking devices and paying extra for it. Oh. Well,
Started
spread the
with-
wealth.
Star, do you have anything about like the committee? Star was on our review committee. Thank you very much for sitting
Thank
on
you,
that.
Star.
Anyone else to weigh in kind of on that process, or I thought it went really well.
It did go really well, and I was surprised at the folks that volunteered, that they were really interested in it, and
The research.
they did a lot of work, and I think we really honed in on the financial piece of those who were in need. We had a lot of different metrics in how we were going to come up with the awardees, but really it came down to those who really needed it, which felt good in the end. And for the amount of 14 awardees is a big number for that. So
Emma, could you send me a list of the people who served on that board, and maybe I'd write a quick note on behalf of the commissioners, thanking them for
Yeah.
their service?
Yeah, that'd be terrific. Yeah,
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Whoever.
for sure.
And I'll tell a quick personal story about one of the members. My neighbor Benson Worthington was working on his van, putting solar panels on it, and he and I were chatting about how he'd never really done a solar project, but he was an engineer and he was really interested in how he could contribute to the community. And I was able to steer him to this committee. And afterwards, he said it was a great experience. He thanked me and he looked forward to serving again next year.
Fantastic.
So that's, I think, a real tribute to Siobhan and Emma, again, somehow making a committee fun and interesting and worthy. And that's hard to do. So well done again. This is a happy day, success story. And Megan is nodding and smiling and she's going to amplify it.
Awardees in the room.
Oh, good. Hard release. Oh, you.
We're really happy.
yeah, and I just wanted to add to, you guys have asked a lot of really good questions, and we provided Commissioner Waring with just a brief for his briefing at the end of the year. But Siobhan also has provided for the town of Telluride and will provide for us. It's a one-pager,
Detail breakdown.
yeah, of everything. And so I'll pass that along to you all. And it has the numbers and what was awarded, windows, etc. And so
Love it.
Okay, any other questions on green grants before we move forward?
Thank you.
Okay, so we have all these new people that are doing cool projects, how are we going to install all this stuff? Well, we have an energy workforce development program. This is one of my favorite programs that we work on. Again, thank you to SMPA for being a partner on this. And I really see this as a really cool way to diversify our economy. And I think these are terrific, high-paying jobs that are deeply needed in our community that we can keep local and not be contracting out to Durango or the Front Range even for this stuff. And so in this program, you know, you can be maybe a high school graduate, or maybe you're a lifty who wants to transition during the off season. And what you can do is you can go through trainings that will be paid for by EcoAction via our sponsors. And you will also be paid minimum wage for the time it takes to take those trainings. And these are trainings for, you know, maybe you want to become a lineman. Maybe you want to be an EV charging station installer. There's a whole list of energy workforce development courses that folks can take. And we're constantly pursuing new partnerships and avenues to really grow this. We are working with the Telluride Foundation, working with CSU. And yeah, I think it's been a real terrific, I won't read this quote for you, but one of our graduates just really, of the program, really emphasizes how valuable it was in him for getting his career going and starting his business. So,
And he's now working really closely with the CARE program to help us with heat pump installation. So, full circle support, and has really made it easier on the CARE side of things to get those installations done more quickly. So cool to see that relationship building.
Kendra, who works on this, has also been working really hard on securing mentorship for young folks, working with high school graduates, both from Norwood and Telluride. There's been expressed interest, one from Norwood, one from Telluride so far, but hopefully more soon, of young folks who want to be apprentices and who want to really get their career jump started. So workforce development, yes.
If you've had outreach with Lead Seed.
Yeah, we've talked to them a lot. Yeah,
Natural lead.
definitely.
Yeah, great link for sure. Okay.
Awesome. Next slide.
Oh yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah, like I keep clicking it. It's hurting my brain. Great. So that was kind of the highlight of a couple of our programs from this year. I wanted to wrap it up with just the idea of where the regional value comes to our community, specifically in San Miguel County. All of our programs are run across a regional basis. And there's several benefits to that. One is that we're deeply connected to the surrounding environment with our watershed. We have shared air quality and regional tourism traffic. Again, that connectivity piece really points to the need for these collaborative programs. It also allows us to leverage resources and be efficient with our limited rural capacity. Streamlining administration of programs across the region helps to lower costs. And we've seen that policymakers and grantors often favor regional collaborations where we can show a broader impact than the specific population in each of the jurisdictions that we work in. And lastly, all of our programs work to protect the quality of life for future generations. And right now, as is apparent outside, but looking to safeguard our environment, our snowpack, not just here, but across the whole region. And with that, I know we've had a lot of conversation, but we wanted to leave some time for other questions or comments, and just to say thank you again for your partnership.
I do actually have some further questions. Can you remind us about how much the county and Vision and Green Grants program funds EcoAction Partners annually, and if that is specific for specific programming or if it's more general?
Yeah. Our contract with the county for 2026 is $24,845, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my mind. So just under $25,000. And that is split out, two specific programs. There's a scope associated with that we work with STAR on, that runs the gamut of our programs. From student programming, we help the county with some energy use tracking for your use. There's Sneffels Energy Board efforts in there, climate action plan implementation funds. So that's all detailed, in the contract. And there's both the regional program and then some specific county services.
Thanks.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the commissioners? Lance, you're pretty well informed about this.
Yeah, and then I'm
Or
proud.
some more cheerleading to do for us?
Yeah,
I don't know if I
Shoot us some hardballs there,
cheerlead
Lance.
anymore. I think what I could do is try to remind the board here that Eco Action has, through no real fault of anyone, but through changes in policy and priorities from all regional governments, had a really hard time maintaining their previous model of existence, and that the most recent series of Eco Action board meetings that I've been attending have been brainstorming how to restructure Eco Action in such a way to adapt to the reduced funding that they are seeing and reduced support that they are feeling across the region. And that's been hard. And I hope that in future, we will be able to continue to communicate clearly and support Eco Action, because I really do believe that instead of us having to add additional staffing to our natural resources department, that we can take advantage of this organization in many ways and allow them to continue to serve us and our citizens. So when we get to budget time and we get to those hard conversations about money, let's keep this conversation in mind and the tangible results that we've been told about today.
Yes, and
Yes, and
I
like
had
it.
the great opportunity to attend the Mountain Towns 2030 Climate Summit, and just kind of standing back, observing that community and where GoAction kind of like stands in the climate action realm in throughout the Western states. And Siobhan actually had a quote that was like kind of this pinnacle quote for the whole summit. And it was just, I felt so proud for you all, just the work you do and the influence you've had and inspiration I feel that has trickled to other communities and other organizations and foundations kind of started because of the model from Eco Action. And it was really inspiring to see.
Thank you. Thank you. We're so glad you got to attend.
Yeah, I was as well. It's a great opportunity.
Yeah, and just we're always here for feedback and advice, and we always want to listen to community members and leaders. And so suggestions are always welcome, brainstorming sessions always welcome. You know, criticism is always welcome because we want to iterate and improve. And then also know that we are, you know, pivoting largely into diversifying our funding structure. And so we're being really conscious of that and proactive. And then of course, to anyone listening or anyone in the room, like if you know of any kind of philanthropic folks that you want to put in touch with me, please let me know.
Yeah, I think we recognize the challenging budget situation that everybody is in this
In the
state of the
yeah.
environment. And, you know, you're going through it, we're going through it, all of our partners are going through it. And so we want to be nimble and adapt to do the most with the money that we have right now, recognizing that there's a lot of competing needs.
Thank you. Wiley, were you going to have a separate presentation? or
Yes,
was you-
indeed.
you are? Okay, we should probably keep moving.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much. Great to see you both.
Yeah, we'll listen to Wiley's.
Yeah. Well, thank you for making time to include SMPA. It's always really good to be here and see everyone, commissioners and staff. And I have a few slides with just that'll help me run through some SMPA updates with you all. And I'll start off by saying it's true, there are a lot of things that SMPA is working on that gets amplified and made successful with our partnership with Eco Action Partners. And because SMPA has the luxury and the obligation to serve 3,600 square miles of these San Juan Mountains and Canyon country with enough power line to reach from Colorado all the way to Guatemala. It's in over 7 counties and multiple communities. The work that gets done in climate action, energy efficiency, renewable energy, weatherization, energy literacy and education, and you know, all of those things brought together And really importantly, with the Sneffels Energy Board, bringing regional governments together to talk about energy on a regional basis, not just a individual jurisdiction. The EcoAction brings all that together, and so SMPA's annual funding to it's a for services contract. So we pay not just a lump sum, but we pay for the services that EcoAction brings. Is huge for SMPA in helping us fulfill our mission. And just getting into some of the updates here on the next slide, thanks, is, like I said, big service territory, lots of infrastructure, and we've recently made some, we're fortunate enough to bring on some additional or some changes to our staff in our operations, who immediately recognized an opportunity to improve what we call utility locates. We outsource those to a third-party company. Half of that, enough, those power line miles that could reach all the way to Guatemala, half of that is underground, buried power line infrastructure. And so it's an ongoing effort to, as things are developed, as people are building, we got to know where those resources are underground. And so we hire a company called Novo Utility Locates to help us locate where those are. And they've been amazing and helped us reduce the number of dig-ins and damages to that infrastructure, which is a cost savings and all kinds of benefits. So we are also constantly looking at improving the reliability. And one example that I was asked to talk about by our operations manager is what we call the tie line between Nukla and Norwood. Nukla is served from the Nukla substation, Norwood's served by the Norwood substation, and for many, many decades, they were separate. There was no way to link the two. Well, we finally, this last summer, completed a project to tie the two substations together on our distribution systems so that the Norwood substation could pick up Nukla loads if there's a problem in Nukla and vice versa. So that's a way to keep both of those communities in power through that redundancy. And that was a project that took well over a decade. Another project is rebuilding the Red Mountain transmission line. So some of the most rugged terrain in our service territory, where we have a power line that's over 100 years old, we are in the process of rebuilding that. We've made significant progress on that over the last several years. And those are really critical to fulfilling our mission of reliability. I'll go to another slide about our rates. It needs to be understood that the wholesale power that we buy from Tri-State has been reliable. It's been getting more and more green over time. And for the last decade, it's actually been comparably affordable. A lot of other utilities across the country have been raising rates over the last 5 years to an extent that's, double-digit percentages increases. And with our partnership with Tri-State, we have not had to do that. In fact, over the last 10 years, our increases have averaged, or the average of the increases over the last 10 years was 1.5% per year, whereas the national average was considerably higher. And good news, right? But maybe the thing to be aware of, though, is that with everything going up in price, inflation, like that catches up to all of us. And it is certainly catching up with our wholesale power provider. We saw a 7% increase for 2026 from them, which is what prompted a rate increase that we passed on through our retail rates. And we anticipate seeing the next 3 years similar increases from Tri-State. So we're going to navigate that. That's going to be a big challenge. But the really important thing that we were able to do in the time where we didn't have to raise rates as much as other utilities did throughout the nation, we were taking a look at what does a rate structure look like that can help us contain those cost increases. And it's kind of like a work smarter, not harder strategy. how do we get more out of the electricity that we do serve our members with? And how do we keep those costs of providing that electricity down? And the thing that rises to the top is the timing of energy use. The rush hour on the grid is really expensive. And so you all know, and you're all aware that we introduced the time of use rate structure, which helps provide the retail rates signal to members to use more of their energy during off-peak. And we have a whole suite of programs to help members do that with technology, do that with thermostats that have timers, water heater timers, EV charging infrastructure that can be set to charge your EV not during peak, but during the off-peak hours. And we have introduced a lot of those technologies to the income qualified segment as well. It's not just weatherization anymore in homes. It's also helping those homes adapt to the newer technology for energy management. I think that, I'm really proud of the work that we've done on our rates, because not doing that work and just leaving a flat energy rate and not addressing the timing component of energy, I think would be the fastest way for higher and higher rates. And knowing that we're going to see increases in our wholesale costs, it's really important that we deploy a strategy that can help mitigate even more costs by misusing energy during the wrong time of the day. Next slide, please.
Before you go on from that, the time of use rates, have you noticed any change in usage yet?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
I know our household is strict about it.
Yes, there is a measurable impact, and I think a lot of it has come from education. And I can't tell you how many people, EV owners I've talked to, that said, oh, yeah, I can schedule my EV to charge after 10 p.m. I wasn't doing that, but now I know that's what I'm supposed to do. So, yes.
Great.
Okay, so the update here is some of the programs, the big changes actually that have taken place with our relationship with Tri-State in our ability to do more local renewable energy under our contract with them. And so to sum it up, it's essentially they went from a 5% limitation on local to 20%. And so that's the new thing at SMPA. We will be working to tease out where those local renewable projects can be built. It's not an easy thing. Just given that the land requirements and the infrastructure involved, but we hope that having this bigger allowance to do these local projects will enable us to bring something. We are continuing to work on a large battery storage project in Ridgeway and for one in Rico, and we anticipate 2026 kind of closing the deal on those and getting started on construction. The other kind of things that are floating out there that we spend a lot of time working with members, we put on the white gloves and we try to figure out all the confusing regulations and limitations to things like balcony solar. And so we can help resolve some of that and help our members access that kind of technology. Vehicle to grid. So using your EV battery and putting power from that battery onto the grid is another, whether it's maybe backing up your home during a grid outage off your vehicle battery or just supporting the grid during peak. So those are complex topics and that we're diving into, and our members are asking us to help them with that. We're working with our neighboring co-ops that also have members asking for the same thing. So there's great collaboration there. And then I've already talked about our time of use rate strategy a little bit. So we'll move on.
Can I jump
Yeah,
in with
please,
a question?
please.
Balcony solar, where did we end up, or where do we sit currently in that conversation?
Okay, with balcony solar, we have on the agenda for one of our meetings in 2026 with the Colorado Solar and Storage Association. They're actually going to do a whole workshop on the code requirements for balcony solar. The various manufacturers that have a product that might be listed for sale in the United States. And so we don't have anything that we can recommend at this point, but we hope to working with the Solar Industries Association resolve those.
Great.
Yeah.
Is
So
the code requirement above and beyond existing electrical code, or is that something that you'll discuss and find out?
I don't think it's above and beyond. It's just, it introduces some, it's a different way of attaching solar to a home circuitry.
Mm-hmm.
And so normally you'd be tying in at the sub panel. This product allows you to just kind of like use an already existing circuit, like a plug on in the wall, which brings some interesting safety considerations into play, which can be resolved. And we just need to make sure that the manufacturers of those products have solved that and that it's going to be acceptable for the, our local jurisdictions.
Cool.
Yeah.
When you had that conversation and have reached some conclusions, can you somehow share those not only with your members, but also with local governments? I think that's something that it would be really useful for us to be able to speak intelligently about.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Sneffels Energy Board will be one of the platforms.
Great.
As
I will
well.
be there.
Okay. We've heard a lot about green grants. We've heard about some of the, the rebates that SMPA's had for a long, long time. And we've heard about workforce training. Well, here's yet another tool that is really cool. And we're getting a lot of support from Tri-State on this Electrify and Save program, which is on bill repayment. So you can get a heat pump installed, $14,000 or whatever. You can knock that down a little bit with some rebates. You can knock that down a little bit with a green grant. Colorado has some rebates that went into play for heat pumps. So you just keep cutting that down, and then whatever's left, well, you finance it through your electric power bill, and you can pay it off over the next several years, each month. So, this applies to all kinds of measures, even including upgrading your electric service. So a lot of older homes with older electrical infrastructure for their service, that can be upgraded to be modernized so that you can do solar, so you can do EV charging, you can electrify your water heater and stuff like that. And we'll go to this last slide I have prepared for you. To me, kind of closes the circle a little bit. San Miguel County, you might remember Terry Schuyler when he was working for San Miguel Power. He encouraged the county to take your 30 or so electric accounts that you have with the SMPA and sign each and every one of them up for our program called Totally Green. Totally Green means you take every kilowatt hour you used in each monthly billing cycle, and you add a penny per kilowatt hour, and you get a REC or a renewable energy credit for each of those kilowatt hours, which means you are totally green. 100% of your electricity for all of your accounts at San Miguel County is backed by a renewable energy credit. And so that's huge for the county. And that means you've offset, I've got 2023, 24, and 25 here. You're offsetting almost 500,000 kilowatt hours a year with 100% renewable energy, which at the carbon rate for our electricity that we bring to the table, which is already about 50% renewable, but it's still, there's carbon for the other 50% that's not renewable. So you're reducing carbon emissions, and it's measured here by pounds of CO2 equivalent. And that's all great, but I think what's really impressive is that the money that you're spending by participating in Totally Green as a county, which is last year in 25, it was $4,229. We were able to put 100% of that money into our green fund. And it's the SMPA Green Fund that helps bring all these other items that are listed on this slide including our income qualified weatherization program that Eco Action Partners administers in partnership with Energy Outreach Colorado. It's their CARE program. And in San Miguel County, for these last 3 years, last year, for example, was $44,933 of weatherization work was carried out in San Miguel County residents' homes. I don't know the number of homes. There were 28 homes total.
Well, I think the majority were in San Miguel County.
Yeah, so it is your contribution to Totally Green and the SMPA Green Fund is being leveraged like 10x just for that one program for your San Miguel County residents. And I think that's just really, really important. You're also helping promote e-bikes. I think there's an e-bike program that's going on with San Miguel County that we're bringing money from our Green Fund to the table. Our efficient appliances, local organizations like Eco Action Partners. And one of the exciting things is the energy education. I just love when we get to attend a workshop on thermal energy networks or battery storage. And that's a community-driven workshop, and we get to share and the new technology and learn about it and see how we're going to change our future energy landscape. And so with that, this is just to me a really fun thing to be able to provide feedback to you all, and thank you for participating in Totally Green, and thank you for everything else and letting us be here to share this with you.
Another high note to end on, unless there are any other questions from the commissioners? No? All right, well, thank you all for being here
Thank
today.
you.
Thank you for your important and good work.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, friends. So we have skipped commissioner updates. We have that left, and then we have attorney matters. Does anyone have a preference for what we address first? Kay and Star, I think you guys are here for the executive session, is that correct? Okay, I think we should go ahead and do that, and see how much energy we have left at the end to, does that sound good? Okay, so, this is now item 13A, executive session. We are going into, I guess I will move that we go into executive session. In accordance with CRS 24-6-4024B, conference with an attorney, and the topic of this discussion is key area operations and permitting. Do I have a second to move into executive session? So, how do you vote? Aye. Aye as well. We are headed into executive session. How are we going to do that today, team? Gonna do a breakout room. Don't give me just a moment, please. You bet.
Break out to another room for just a moment. We should have that too.
Oh, there's a lot of people. Local businesses are suffering, says one sign. Yeah, go get the tea, Mike.
The what?
The tea. Oh, the word on the screen.
I mean, I think we can hear the word on the street.
I can't hear the word on the screen. Open up.
Be careful, commissioners, they might come down the block.
No, they don't come this way.
Gone too far. That's the name of our deputy name. He's standing up there.
Can we?
I mean, I guess that's kind of tiger.
Yeah. He was just leaning on the more vehicles. Okay, it is 3:15. It is still January 7th. We are out of executive session. During that executive session, we spoke only about the topic on our agenda. We have a couple matters of continued business, that we just want to take care of quickly here. The first being, I guess, Lance, because as soon as we make you chair, we'll switch spots, so let's just finish the agenda and then do that, if that's okay?
Great.
10B, consideration to appoint commissioners to the 2026 boards and committees. Is there anybody who would like to make a change on this? In terms of their assignments?
I am as well.
Okay, I had one question, Lena, I know you need to leave, so go ahead, there's nothing, this is a substantial thing, but. The youth reconciliation, which is on page 3, it says that the BOCC is the assigned board of commissions. Lance, you had mentioned an interest in that, and
Feeling like I am that.
so could you
Let's
make
change that.
Lance that? Okay. And then,
You know,
the mental health advisory panel, thank you, BHS. Right now, we have human services director is the lead on that. It says no board representation. I can't remember what that means. Does that mean we don't have to assign anybody? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Would it be inappropriate for me to attend those meetings? Just to
No.
kind of get a better sense of it?
No.
Okay, because I'm the board chair or the board person. Assigned. Okay, what is the Regenerative Recovery Coalition? That has Galena, but then it has blanks for the rest of it. Does anybody know? Recovery Coalition?
I remember it vaguely from last year. It was something that Commissioner Holstrom was doing at the time.
Still,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
I haven't been participating, I get their emails.
Yeah.
But I just feel like it's what I went to actually 2 of their meetings and it was just a really front range.
Okay.
Kind of focused organization and I
you wanna
feel
just
like
take that off the list?
I'd like to take that off the list.
Scratch coastal Carmen.
Okay.
Yeah, cause it's, yeah, I'm doing so much more with local.
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh,
That you can really have an
Chicago,
impact.
honestly, is like checking that box, so.
Right.
Okay, and then the other thing we might want to add on here is CAST, because we joined that this year.
Yeah.
And Lance, I think you
I'm in,
offered to do that, thank you.
yeah.
And do you want a staff person?
Please,
County manager? Okay.
since
So
we're gonna
add-
go to the CAS conference here in January.
Are you going?
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's a lot of.
So we don't need a vote or anything on that, do we? All right.
I think it's.
So I made notes if you want to check it with me. And then the last point is item 10A, consideration to appoint the 2026 chair and vice chair of the Board of County Commissioners and the other county boards. I move that we appoint, can I do that?
Yeah.
Lance Waring as chair for 2026 and Galena Gleason as vice chair for 2026. Do I have a second?
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. Hit that gavel. And now I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
How do you vote?
Hi.
Aye. Aye. Sayonara. Thank you, everybody. This meeting is adjourned.
Bye, Galena.
Nice job.